eta ongi etorra Bilbora Big Data nazioarteko 8. jardunaldi honetara. Muy buenos días, bienvenidas y bienvenidos a Bilbao, a esta 8ª Conferencia Internacional de Big Data y Estadísticas de Naciones Unidas. Creo que todos y todas somos conscientes de que abordamos desafíos comunes como humanidad que necesitan del mejor, o mejor dicho, de los mejores conocimientos disponibles para poder hacerles frente. Uno de esos grandes retos que tenemos es el cambio climático, la crisis de biodiversidad y todo lo que la crisis ambiental lleva aparejado. Y para eso es absolutamente fundamental disponer de buen conocimiento, disponer de buenos datos, democratizar ese conocimiento y el uso de esos datos y ser capaces de incorporar la producción de conocimiento científico a la toma de decisiones políticas. Solamente así podremos conciliar la necesidad de abordar los retos comunes con la necesidad de hacerlo con rigurosidad e intentando equivocarnos lo menos posible. Por eso pensamos que es especialmente importante este momento y recogemos esta 8ª conferencia que data de lejos. La Comisión de Estadística de Naciones Unidas en 2014 decidió crear un comité de expertos de Big Data y ciencia de datos para estadísticas oficiales que hoy se reúne aquí para celebrar esta 8ª conferencia. Recogemos el testigo de las 7 anteriores. Las anteriores se celebraron en 2014 en Beijing, en 2015 en Abu Dhabi, en 2016 en Dublín, en el 17 en Bogotá, en el 19 en Kigali, en el 20 de forma virtual por la pandemia en Corea y en 2022 en Yogyakarta. A global collaboration to harness the power of data for better life is more than ever needed. We are aware of the importance democratization of knowledge has to face common challenges such as climate crisis or biodiversity. Because of widespread and constant use of telecommunications and other devices driven by innovations in technology, digital information is continuously generated, such as data from GPS devices, scanning devices, sensors, mobile phones, satellite, and social media. The high volume, high velocity, and wide variety of this data, which are commonly referred to as big data, require new tools and methods for capturing, managing, and processing them efficiently. Reliable and trustable data is necessary for enable data-driven transformation, for better decision-making, and improving our world by providing access to trusted data for use at local, national, and global levels is crucial. This will not be possible if people and organizations do not collaborate to produce trustable data, services, and applications accessible for all. Since the Statistical Commission agreed at its 45th sessions to create the UN Committee of Experts on Big Data to further investigate the benefits and challenges of big data, including the potential for monitoring and reporting on the Sustainable Development Goals. The UN Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics and the greater official statistics community have recognized the need to address issues such as methodology, quality, technology, data access, legislation, privacy, management, and finance, and provide adequate cost-benefit analysis on the use of big data in the context of informing decision-making and society. This is the 8th international conference that the UN Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics organized on big data and data science for this official statistics. Previous ones were in 2014 in Beijing, 2015 Abu Dhabi, 2016 in Dublin, 2016 Bogotá, 2019 Kigali, 2020 virtually with Statistics Korea, and 2022 in Yogyakarta. Today, more than ever, it is critical to provide relevant and timely data to inform policymakers in addressing emerging issues in the economy, society, and the environment, including the access, use of new data sources in partnership with the private sector and other stakeholders communities. During these following 4 days, you will discuss about these issues. Be aware that the importance of the knowledge of the data science in order to face the main challenges humanity has. With this objective, it is a pleasure to welcome you to this A conference that will begin with this opening ceremony. I would like to introduce Mr. Iman Magdi, Deputy Chief Statistician of Indonesia and Acting Chair of the UN Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics. Mr. Magdi, one moment. Oh, yes, Mr. Magdi, you have the floor. Please. Nice to meet you.
Buenas tardes. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with my great pleasure to address you all this afternoon at the occasion of the opening of the 8th International Conference on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics. I am making the opening remarks in this case on behalf of the United Nations Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics. I would like to start by thanking the Spanish government and regional government of the Basque Country for their efforts of making these events into great success. I would like also to recognize the support provided by Ms. Elena Manzanera and the National Statistics Institute of Spain. Last but not least, I would like to thank the colleagues of the Basque Center for the Climate Change here in Bilbao, who have gone the extra mile to prepare for this event and reply to many questions from all of you. The overall theme of this conference is informing climate change and sustainable development with integrated data. Climate change and sustainable development are indeed among the issues with the highest priority at the United Nations and for all its member states. Since 2014, our Committee of Experts has explored the benefits and challenges of using big data and data science for official statistics, as well as for SDGs indicators. We explored the use of Earth observation for agriculture statistics, the use of mobile phone data for tourism and population statistics, the use of AIS vessel tracking data to monitor maritime export, and the use of scanner data and web scraping for price statistics. Moreover, we look into the cross-cutting issues of the required skills and corresponding training programs, and of the use of privacy-enhancing technology to ensure the protections of sensitive information. Recently, the topic of data science became more prominent in the work of the committee. We established a data science leader network, which is developing a playbook to help statistical offices integrate data science into its business processes. And we created a new task team on data science and SDG localizations, which looks into using innovative methods to measure SDG indicators at very local levels. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the Committee of Experts also created regional and global hubs on big data and data science for official statistics. These hubs will help to build capacity in statistical offices in the regions and around the world. The new hub was established in Indonesia by BPS Statistics Indonesia at the end of 2023, namely the Regional Hub on Big Data and Data Science for Asia and the Pacific. Since then, BPS Statistics Indonesia has conducted several activities in Jakarta, with participation of countries in the region, such as the introduction to remote sensing and land classification, webinar and workshop on mobile phone data processing and analytics for official statistics. Also in this year, BPS Statistics Indonesia is going to conduct web scraping prizes for CPI and SDG data disaggregation using small area estimation and machine learning. In addition, a collaborative project on Indonesia One Rights data has been conducted by our office, BPS Statistics Indonesia, in collaboration with FAO and UNESCAP to estimate paddy's growing phases, cultivation time, rice yields by using Earth observation and machine learning. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in the last 2 years, in 2022, BPS Statistics Indonesia, together with the United Nations Statistics Division and other partners of the Committee of Experts, organized the 7th International Conference on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. The theme of that conference was Global Challenges and the Importance of Relevant and Timely Data, with special attention to global economic recovery, food security, and access to relevant data. The conference showcased the work of the various task teams in the UN. So in this week, the 8th International Conference here in Bilbao will have many sessions around the overall theme of informing climate change and sustainable development policy with integrated data. You will see several sessions on climate change-related issues, on biodiversity, the sustainability of tourism, on data science and SDG localization, and more. Special attention is also given to the work of the regional and global hubs. I am very grateful to all experts who have traveled to Bilbao to present to you this week. You will see lots of innovative works. It is only through partnership with these experts that we can make real progress. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, let me emphasize that I am really proud of the progress made by the Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics over the last 10 years. I am also proud that my institution, BPS Statistics Indonesia, has been part of this evolution. Together, we have made significant progress. I am also excited about the possibilities of further progress over the next 10 years. The conference this week will be another significant contribution to our journey on innovation for the statistical community. I encourage you all to meet and talk to many of the colleagues who are gathered this week here in Bilbao. I also encourage you to continue the ongoing collaborations and start the new collaborations. I wish you a very successful conference. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction, Mr. Magdi. Thank you for remembering us the importance of big data and the knowledge in order to face the big challenges as climate change, biodiversity, poverty, and finally the progress. This is the final goal, to help to maintain the progress and to be more and more live for us. So, unfortunately, Mr. Lee Junhua, Under Secretary General of UN Department on Economic and Social Affairs, was not be able to be here with us today, but he wanted to share with us the following video with very important ideas in order to open the conference.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address you at the opening of the 8th International Conference on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics. I would like to thank the Spanish government and the regional government of the Basque Country for their efforts to make this event a great success. Spain has also shown itself a global leader in promoting implementation of the 2030 agenda by work of the Spanish Agency for International Development Cooperation and the support for the UN Office in SDG localization in the Bilbao. The focus of this conference is opportune. Data has become increasingly critical for our societies in this digital era. While the commitment to urgent action for the SDGs and addressing climate change is beginning to bear fruit, meaningful policy action will require integrated data covering economic, environmental, and social dimensions. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, this attention to data availability must transcend data-focused fora and form an integral part of our investments into both shaping and monitoring development progress. Member states made that clear at the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States, held last month in Antigua and Barbuda, in requesting to develop a clear monitoring and evaluation framework for the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for seats. Likewise, as we head towards the Summit of the Future in September, the Pact of the Future will need to encourage better use of the foresight, data, and science to evaluate the future impact of the policies and actions, and advance the move towards the complementary measures of the national progress beyond GDP. The Summit of the Future is also expected to launch a global digital compact that includes a proposal for an international data governance framework to guide the global, regional, and the national approaches. This international conference on big data and data science for official statistics can help to clarify the issues involved in establishing such a framework. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, big data and data science will be central for guiding our next steps towards a better and a brighter future. With this in mind, I look forward to the outcomes of your deliberations here and wish you a very successful conference. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Li Junhua, to help us to think big data as a help to think about global challenges, but about common goals in a global perspective, in a social and political perspective for all the planet. We have more speakers in this opening ceremony, and the next one is Ms. Kasomi Ogawa, Head of Europe Regional Programs of UN Habitat. Mr. Ogawa, the floor is yours, and I think, yes, please, Ms. Ogawa.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Egun Augustioi, muy buenos días a todas y todas. It's my pleasure to address to you this afternoon at this opening of the 8th International Conference on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics. Permítanme comenzar agradeciendo calurosamente al gobierno español y el gobierno regional del País Vasco a su apoyo a este evento de las Naciones Unidas. I would also like to recognize Statistics South Africa as chair of the United Nations Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics, and Ms. Elena Manzanera, President of INE, the National Statistic Office of Spain. Allow me also to thank on all of our behalf the Basque Center for Climate Change, which has gone the extra mile to make this event memorable. As mentioned just now by United Nations Secretary General Li Junhua, The United Nations continues to ask its member states for their unwavering support in fulfilling the promise of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In September of this year, as Mr. Lee has just mentioned, heads of state will meet in New York to agree on a pact for the future, which is a vision created in the interest and well-being of our future generations. At its most recent session in February, the United Nations Statistical Commission endorsed the creation of a new task team on data science and SDG localization under the guidance of the UN Committee on Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics. This task team will focus on monitoring the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals at local level in cities, in towns, and in rural communities. The work will be carried out using innovative methods and alternative data sources using the latest data science technologies. Those objectives fit very well with the theme of this conference, Informing Climate Change and Sustainable Development with Integrated Data. Given its expertise in urban issues, UN Habitat will lead this new task team and steer the work together with other international agencies, as well as national partners. We are especially looking forward to integrating statistical and geospatial information to monitor SDG implementation at local level. As our world becomes increasingly urban and digital, the future of cities lies in the effective harnessing of big data. This powerful resource holds the key to unlocking new levels of efficiency, sustainability, quality of life for urban dwellers. Using the wealth of data generated by sensors, connected devices, citizen-generated content, city and local government planners and leaders can make data-driven decisions that transform the way that we live, that we work, that we move within our bustling urban areas. Big data is defined by 3 V's that distinguish it from the traditional data sources: volume, velocity, and variety. In urban planning, this tide of real-time information can be used to tackle a wide range of resources, from efficient resource management to enhanced public safety. Big data analytics can help identify patterns in climate change. It can optimize resource allocation and feed informed decision-making that directly benefits local communities and individuals. It has the potential to transform our world, to change the way that we see a challenge, and drive progress around a wide range of industries. For example, by using real-time data on energy consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, waste generation, resource use, city planners can identify opportunities to reduce the environmental impact of their communities. This data-driven approach enables the implementation of targeted interventions, such as energy-efficient building retrofits, waste-to-energy programs, and urban greening initiatives. These ultimately create more livable and environmentally responsible cities. While the potential of big data to shape the future of cities is immense, it also, as we all know, comes with a set of challenges and considerations that must be addressed. Concerns around data privacy, security, the ethical use of information are paramount. As we all know, the collection and analysis of personal data raises significant privacy issues. For this reason, national and city leaders must implement robust data governance frameworks. It must ensure transparency and data-driven decision-making and engage with citizens to build the trust and to address these concerns. By striking the right balance between the benefits of big data and the protection of individual rights, cities and nations can harness the power of this transformative resource to create truly smart, sustainable, and equitable urban environments. The proper use of the data available for decision-making unlocks the potential for innovation and for more holistic, data-informed solutions. It can help us create a future where the lessons from climate change services and the power of data-driven insights work together to shape a brighter, more equitable tomorrow for us all. In closing, I would like to thank again the contribution of the Spanish government, the regional government of the Basque Country, and the city of Bilbao, including for hosting the Local 2030 Coalition. This coalition includes 14 entities of the UN working together to harness the power of localization to accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals and the digital connectivity transition, which is highly relevant for this conference. I wish us all very fruitful discussions in the next 2 days. Es que ricasco. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Ogawa. to show us the importance of the approach of a very important agency like UN Habitat. Very important in order to integrate this knowledge and this big data approach in the social life in cities and in other spaces. Now, I would like to introduce Ms. María José Sanz as our next speaker. María José Sanz is Scientific Director of the Bax Center for Climate Change, and she is one of the co-organizers of the conference. María José, you have the floor.
Distinguished colleagues, well, good afternoon. Arratza León. Buenas tardes a todos. It is a pleasure to meet you here representing the Bax Center for Climate Change and have the opportunity to collaborate in this organization of this important conference for all of us and probably also for all the world. The BC3 is a Bax Excellence Research Center which aims to contribute to long-term research and on the causes and consequences of climate change, but going beyond that in the context of sustainable development, in order to foster the creation of knowledge in a multidisciplinary science. We are dedicated to address the complexities of climate change through integration of knowledge and data while using scientific approaches and methodologies ranging from basic science to social science. It is required to bring multiple disciplines in a common research space in a collaborative manner. The lack of tangible progress across these global challenges relates in part to the nature of the challenges, which are wicked problems. They are intertwined, multi-stakeholder, and with potential solutions depending on subjective and competitive interest. There are also very tightly linked issues like the climate change, the biodiversity crisis, also poverty, and other very important social issues. They are usually dealt with in a separate bodies, on a separate forums. But it is obvious for us that addressing them efficiently requires an unprecedented integration and synthesis of evidence, including data, models, and scientific and non-scientific knowledge, which includes also traditional and stakeholder knowledge. This can lead to broadly shared solutions among diverse ranges of stakeholders as well. Proper use of scientific data and models following an open source, open data paradigm can enhance credibility and transparency of the science and what science is producing, as well as improving the replicability of these complex scientific workflows that it will inform, in many cases, policies and action. It is more and more evident that we will benefit from a fully connected information landscape using open, safe, accurate data while sharing and linking models and to enable data-intensive science for decision-making. In BC3, we developed and are committed to further develop a collaborative modeling spaces which will allow scientists to contribute to their own knowledge and reuse that contributed by others, which we consider critical for successful interdisciplinary science that can be relevant for addressing complex societal challenges such as climate change, biodiversity, among others, with the ultimate goal of progressing in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. This week, we will deal with many of those issues, recognizing that there is a growing trend towards standardization, automation, and data source interoperability. In this regard, BC3 is a leading research institution that hosts the development of artificial intelligence for environment and sustainability. What you will hear those days is called ARIES. As an integrated open source modeling platform for environmental sustainability where researchers from across the globe can add their own data and models to our web-based repositories. As one of the most prominent applications of ARIES, you also will hear those days that we have produced the ARIES for SIA together with the UN statistical offices, which is an explorer that automates data and model integration, and it allows users anywhere in the world to produce rapid, standardized, scalable, and customizable ecosystem accounts for their area of interest, and that will be consistent with the ecosystem accounting framework of the UN. The ARIES team at BC3 and collaborators across the world are continuously expanding the functionalities of the platform. Co-organizing with the UN Statistics, the National Statistical Institute of Spain, and EUSTAT this conference represent for us a recognition of all our efforts in promoting interoperability, fairness of data, and overall moving towards knowledge as a common good. Finally, I want to thank all the co-organizers of the conference, which without them it will be impossible to be here today. I will also like to thank every single person that was running after every single detail that is being said today for this conference. And particularly, I would like to thank the Basque government, which has been supporting the BC3 for so many years, and it was the one that allowed us to go and stay and progress in this new technology for sustainability based on big data. Thank you very much. Arratsaldeon.
Thank you very much, Maria Jose. Good point to start this conference from this opening ceremony talking about collaboration, talking about collaborate. Maria Jose has been the first person to speak about this, collaboration and collaborate as one of the key words of this conference. We are going to continue with Ms. Elena Manzanera. Ms. Elena, please. She's president of National Institute of Statistics of Spain from the government of Spain. Ms. Manzanera.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. And thanks to United Nations, to BC3 and regional government of País Vasco for organizing this conference. It's a pleasure for me to take part in this conference in the beautiful city of Bilbao. The conference represents a great opportunity to discuss and exchange knowledge on the use of new data sources for informing decision-making. I think that this conference on big data for official statistics, especially dedicated this year to informing climate change and sustainable development policies with integrated data, is very relevant and is taking place at a timely moment. National statistical offices, as is it the case of INE Spain, are improving our production methods by introduction of big data as a valuable data source for official statistics. There are many areas where big data and new data sources plays a key role for the production of official statistics that remain relevant in a context of data-fied society. Measuring sustainable development or climate change are two of these key areas where the use of these new data sources can add a great value to the production of official statistics. At INE Spain, the production of Sustainable Development Goals indicators, the statistical framework to measure the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, has incorporated those new data sources. The 2030 Agenda is a large-scope strategy that requires the availability of high-quality indicators to keep track of the evolution toward its goals and targets and to guide the decision-making process in order to achieve them. The United Nations General Assembly stressed that official statistics and data from national statistical systems are the necessary basis for the global indicator framework. It also recommended that national statistical systems explore ways to integrate new data sources into their system to meet the new data needs for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as appropriate, and underline the role of national statistical offices as coordinator of the national statistical system. Several international initiatives foster the use of big data on SDG. For instance, it has been shown that geospatial data have significant value in supporting the development of the indicator framework. In this line, in Spain, the National Geographic Institute and INE have developed a project to generate SDG indicators from Earth observations. It has allowed to produce indicators at very detailed level and to release them by means of maps. INE Spain is fully aware of the relevance of this project. In 2017, the National Statistical Institute launched the Statistical Product Indicators for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with the collaboration of the statistical services of the ministerial departments and the Bank of Spain. We are participating since the beginning in the highest level forum on SDGs, such as the United Nations High-Level Group for Partnership, Coordination and Capacity Building for Statistics for the 2030 Agenda, and the Interagency Expert Group on Sustainable Development Goal Indicators. And also, at national level, we have a working group with the regional statistical offices in order to cooperate in exchanging methodological experiences on the development of these indicators at the state and regional level. This work is evidence of the national statistical system commitment to producing indicators of the highest quality, which facilitate an adequate monitoring of the goals and targets of the 2030 Agenda. Recently, INE has prepared a statistical annex for the Spanish Voluntary National Review in 2024, thus providing continuity to the previous participation in the voluntary national reviews that took place in 2018 and 2021. The publication is based on data available on SDG Indicators National Platform. Statistical information is provided in the form of text, infographics, and tables organized by objective. It also includes 3 thematic sections closely linked to key aspects of SDG, focusing beyond GDP and SDG indicators, progress assessment on the 2030 Agenda, and using Earth observation to calculate SDG indicators. Climate change-related statistics, tourism statistics, or transport statistics are other areas where big data and new data sources plays a key role for the production of official statistics. In this context, statistical offices need to tap the potential of these data sources and be at the forefront of the transformation of this data into relevant information for society. It will also be essential to build capacity inside the National Statistical Institutes on the use of new technologies and to create efficient partnership with all the stakeholders, including the private data holders and the academia. Within the framework of the European statistical system, a key recent milestone has been the amendment of Regulation 223 on European statistics, proposed during the Spanish presidency by the end of 2023. This amendment aims, among other things, to bring access to new data sources in general and particularly to privately held data for the development and production of European official statistics on a sustainable basis and according to fair, clear, and predictable rules. Besides, another important step has been the amendment of the Regulation 691 as regards the introduction of new modules in the production of the European Environmental Economic Account. The main objective of this amendment is to extend the scope of the European Environmental Economic Accounts to provide better information for the European Green Deal, a growth strategy that aims to transform the EU into a fair and prosperous society with a modern, resource-efficient, and competitive economy. Compiling 3 new environmental modules on forest accounts, ecosystem accounts, and environmental subsidies and similar transfer accounts. The European statistical system is consolidating a clear commitment to innovation with the establishment of a specific innovation agenda that will create the scenario to leverage the efforts done for the modernization of the production of official statistics. All these steps forward represent a great opportunity for a statistical office, but also a great challenge, and they will have to work together with all the stakeholders to create the maximum add value from this data. I'm confident this conference will contribute to leveraging knowledge among participants and will also facilitate the establishment of important networks. I wish you all very fruitful discussion during the following session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Manzanera, for your words. It's a pleasure to listen here in this opening ceremony I think, maybe several of the keywords of this conference. If Maria José Sanz before talked about collaboration, now Ms. Manzanera talked about Agenda 2030 and integrate and coordinate between public offices, public statement of statistics. So it's a pleasure to choose these keywords in order to make a framework of this conference. We're going to continue with Joaquín Vildarrats. Joaquín Vildarrats, Mr. Vildarrats, is Councillor of Education representing the Basque Government as a local host and co-organizer of the conference. Sailburu, the floor is yours.
Mr. Iman Maji, Ms. Kazumi Ogawa, Ms. María José, Ms. Elena Manzanera, gainerako ordezkariak, zein kongresuan parte hartzen dezuenok, eguardion guztioi. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Basque government, let me thank the organizers for the invitation to this Congress opening on big data and data science for official statistics that focuses on informing climate change and sustainable development policies with integrated data. I would like to welcome you all to the Basque Country and to the city of Bilbao. Zalantzarik gabe, Kongresu hau Bilbon egitea, Euskadin 2030 agendaren arloan eta bereziki klima aldaketaren arloan egindako ibilbidea aitortzea da. Lan hori Eusko Jaurlaritzak eta gainerako administrazioek egin dute BC3, Ikerbasque eta edo Eustat bezalako eragileen ekarpen garrantzitsuarekin. Eusko Jaurlaritzak Euskadin klima aldaketaren esparruan ikerketa eta garapena bultzatzeko egiten dituen politiken adierazle nagusia BC3 bikaintasun zentroa da. Gure bikaintasun zentroen sarea, BERK sarea, munduan erreferentzia diren 9 zentro osatzen dute. BC3 BERKa zientzia, teknologia eta berrikuntzaren euskal sarearen parte da, eta gainera, klima aldaketari buruzko ikerketa arloan erreferentzia da munduan. I believe that there is no better way to welcome all of you than to reaffirm the Basque government's commitment to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and in particular to action in the field of climate change. The Basque government has a local commitment to a global objective for a more sustainable and equitable world. As our Lehendakari, the President, said last year during the presentation of the 2030 Local Coalition Secretariat, sub-state governments play an important role in the global governance of the agenda, as their commitment is strategic in improving the balance sheet of the Sustainable Development Goals. Desde su puesta en marcha en 2023 en Bilbao, el Secretariado de la Coalición Local 2030 dinamiza el trabajo de la Coalición Local 2030 y avanza en la localización de los ODS dentro de la ONU y en todos los territorios y comunidades. Es, por tanto, una aportación global desde Euskadi. Pues bien, centrándome en el objeto de este congreso, la Big Data y Data Science, En este mismo concepto se enmarcan también nuestros esfuerzos en los ámbitos de la generación de datos y herramientas interoperables que sirven para hacer una aportación al desarrollo de los ODS. Concretamente, el Gobierno vasco apuesta por el desarrollo de investigación de excelencia en BC3 y su transferencia a nuestra sociedad, una apuesta que se ha especializado en analizar los beneficios y los retos del Big Data, incluyendo la monitorización y el reporte sobre los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Thanks to BC3, we have had a generation of scientists and political analysts who use human and environment models for research, policy and management to address sustainability challenges. The Basque Country assumes the need to cooperate with the large global statistical community in order to adequately address methodological, quality, technological or data access issues so that we can all make the right decisions on the use of big data in the field of climate change. The contribution of BC3 and the scientists' work of Professor Iker Vázquez, Ferdinando Villa are referential. In 2016, we held a conference on artificial intelligence and the modeling of ecosystem services in Bilbao with the University of Vermont and the ARIES project and a central focus on it. Desde la colaboración entre el Departamento de Educación y la comisionada aquí presente para la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación del Gobierno vasco, hemos apoyado la propuesta de BC3 de articular el programa ARIES, que a través del uso de la inteligencia artificial y el machine reasoning nos permite abordar la resolución de complejos problemas ambientales y sociales, apoyando decisiones hacia una mayor sostenibilidad de nuestra sociedad. Nuestro objetivo ha sido y es tener más y mejor información, poder integrarla adecuadamente e incidir en el objetivo de la sostenibilidad local y global. Déjenme decir con orgullo que en Euskadi la articulación de las políticas públicas tiene un anclaje en la política científica y de investigación vasca. Es una prioridad de la sociedad vasca que se impulsa desde el Gobierno vasco, a quien represento, por el desarrollo inteligente y sostenible de nuestra sociedad. Euskal politika zientifikoak ekarpen garrantzitsua egiten dio 3 transizio sozial, berde eta energetikoei zorroztasun zientifikoak heltzeari. Hezkuntza sailak beste sail batzuekin lankidetzan bultzatutako politika horrek bikaintasun zentroak sortu ditu urteetan zehar gizartean eragin handia duten gaietan, hala nola, klima aldaketan. Beraz, ez da kasualitatea Eusko Jaurlaritzak arlo horretako ikerketa zentro baten aldeko apostua egitea, eta horren alde egitea gainera. Aitzetik, gure gizarteak eskatzen digun bezala, zorroztasun zientifikotik politika publikoak elikatzen eta bultzatzen dituen epe luzeko ikuspegi baten ondorioa da. Konpromiso hori bilbide luzekoa da, eta zientzia, teknologia eta berrikuntza 2030 planarekin lerrokatuta datozen urteetan zabaltzen eta garatzen jarraituko dugu. Our vision of public policy is linked to the fact that society can build confidence in our political proposals, make decisions along with important actors, and promote the understanding of society as a whole on the major issues that affects and will affect us in the future. I would like to thank you for choosing the Basque Country to host this Congress, especially the UN Statistics Division and the Committee of Experts of Big Data and Data Science for their close cooperation with the Basque Country. I hope and wish that we can continue to expand our cooperation in the future. I wish you all a pleasant stay in Euskadi. I hope that you enjoy the different talks and fruitful discussions. Thank you very much to all the organizing team. Eskerrik asko.
Eskerrik asko, Sailburu. Since 90 years, politics and social scientists talk about the need to concile the global and local dimension. Global and local dimension about environmental issues, but about social cohesion and other policies. So thank you very much, Sailburu, to remember us the importance of this coherence between the big approach, big problems, and the local implementation public policies. Thank you very much. So we close the open ceremony at this stage. We thank all speakers, the words that provide a great context and I think a very good framework with very different keywords for the coming discussions. The opening will be followed by 3 high-level panels today. The first panel is about climate change and biodiversity, both sides, climate change and biodiversity, and will point out the importance of informing climate change and biodiversity policies with best data and by integrating knowledge. The panel will be moderated by Maria José Sanz, Director of BC3, and we will be able to listen before Mr. Mark Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson was lead author of the primary fair data principles paper and lead author of the first paper describing a complete implementation of those principles over legacy data. He's a founding member of the Fair Metrics Working Group. He studied at the University of British Columbia and spent 4 years at the Max Planck Institute for Zuchtungsforschung, I think so, Zuchtungsforschung in Köln, in Germany, pursuing studies in a mix of plant molecular and development biology and bioinformatics. He then did a research associate at the Plant Biotechnology Institute of the National Research Council in Canada, focusing on the problem of biological data representation and integration for the purposes of automated data mining. Now, he's developing a more biologically focused research is to achieve the introduction of precision farming into areas with limited resources and or access to contemporary sequencing of informatic technologies. Mr. Wilkinson, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I have to start by thanking the organizers for the invitation. It's very kind, and I was not expecting this. And I'm really pleased to be here with this audience. And thank you for the organizers also for making it completely effortlessly for me to get here. The logistics was fantastic, so thank you all. So I'm going to talk, I've been asked to talk primarily about FAIR, but at the end I'm going to segue into a bit more of the topic of the panel. So I'm going to talk about strategies and technologies for early wins. The talk is going to be not philosophical and not technical, but rather pragmatic. So to frame it, FAIR is intended to help machines help people. It should be replacing the time spent in data discovery and manipulation with time spent on thoughtful exploration of global knowledge. And I'm going to show you that it works. So it's not just a dream, and it's not just a bunch of nice words, it actually works. And we've also, however, experienced some notable failures, and if I tell you about those, hopefully you won't go down those paths. So, let's get started. There's the paper, right? And this was unexpected in my career, I have to say, a very significant event. It now has more than 13,500 citations. And I think that for me, this was the most important sentence in the paper. This necessitates machines to be capable of autonomously and appropriately acting when faced with a wide range of types, formats, and access mechanisms and protocols that will be encountered during their self-guided exploration of the global data ecosystem. And when I wrote that paragraph, I was not talking about people. I was talking about machines. So automated exploration and discovery agents. And there's some consequences from that. First, FAIR is, first, a mechanism to guide automated agents to discovery of task-relevant data. And as a consequence, FAIR is above all else about metadata. The second consequence is that if we want to create a web of data that can be appropriately, and there's a lot packed into that word that I might talk about later if I have time, appropriately reused by machines, it necessitates specific data publishing behaviors by the providers of the data. Those behaviors can be concretely described because they have to be coded, and of course we then code the software that leverages those behaviors, and we end up getting the FAIR repercussions. But the consequence of that is that fairness is, by definition, measurable. Right? So you will be measured on your fairness by automated agents. So I want to talk about these measurements because these are probably the most controversial part of FAIR at the moment. So the FAIR Evaluator was the first fully automated agent for testing the fairness of a resource. So I wrote this now 6-7 years ago. This resulted from early pressures shortly, the year after 2016 when the paper came out. We were getting pressures from journal editors and funding agencies who wished to require fairness but didn't know how to check. Right? And so this is what the tool looks like. There's the address if you want to visit it. I think I can put up a... No, I can't. Okay. So this is what the tool looks like. What you do is you or any stakeholder provides the URL for any digital object, and this tool will run about 22 different tests measuring different aspects of fairness, and it will run those automatically, and it will give you an output. What's happening in the background is that there is a fairly, there it is, a fairly complicated workflow I'm not going to describe because I'm not going to be technical. But there's a fairly complicated workflow for finding the metadata that is associated with the digital object. And this turns out to be extremely hard. Right? It's highly variable from provider to provider, and not everyone follows standards. So when I say very forgiving, it means that I'm very forgiving. Right? If you try, I will give you credit. And so the tests then work on that bunch of metadata. And so, for example, FAIR Principle F3, metadata explicitly include the identifier of the data it describes. What I do is I take the harvested metadata and look for any facet that seems to be a reference to a data record. And there's at least 18 possibilities that I search for that I find acceptable. Right? That's very generous and very forgiving. Right? So the evaluator has been used about 10,000 times on the public version. Full disclosure, I have a private version that my company runs, which has been run several thousand times also. And individual tests are also executed outside of the evaluator itself, so the individual tests are publicly available also. But they do occur frequently, but I don't measure the usage. Right? But here's the problem. So fair assessment is now a cottage industry. Everybody thought that it was really important to assess fairness, and everybody all at the same time started to build tools. So we now have 22 different independently derived fair assessment platforms. Most of them are based on questionnaires. A couple of them, including mine, are automated. All of them focus on metadata for the most part, but there's a problem. When you use multiple tools, you find that you can't compare the scores. How bad can it be? So this is the comparison of my evaluator. This is the commercial version, by the way, just again, full disclosure, with another automated tool called Fuji coming out of the Fair Impact project on the same digital object, which is a record that I created for the Duchenne Parent Project patient registry. This is mine, 20 out of 22 tests pass. This is Fuji, 2 out of 24 tests pass. That's how divergent the testing can be, right? And that's scary, because it means that we're not interpreting fairness the same way. And the FAIR principles don't help because they didn't tell us how to interpret it. And so the EOSC said, okay, we can't require FAIR for the European Open Science Cloud if we don't know how to measure it. So they called for an investigation that led to the creation of a task force on FAIR metrics and data quality, and I was co-chair of that together with, at the beginning, Carlo, and then Chris Schubert came in later on, established 2021. It's now completed its task. Another task force has just been started. We don't know who the co-chairs are going to be, but I am involved in that. The three key outputs, I'm not going to go into details, but the three key outputs with respect to FAIR testing were some framework for doing an apples-to-apples comparison between the different testing frameworks, a realization that we cannot do testing without some form of governance, and so we're starting now to look at governance models for FAIR testing. And if you don't read anything else, please read this, and all of the links are in the slides. The slide deck, by the way, is CC BY, linked, you can reuse it. This is an attempt to stop the chaos and to get people to adopt adopt a uniform and better metadata publishing paradigm called FAIR signposting. So if you don't read any of them, read that one. There's a project that has just started in January 2024 called OS Trails. This is an EOSC infrastructure project. Within the deliverables of the OS Trails project is a deliverable to harmonize FAIR assessment tools, workflows, and APIs, and also bootstrapping this global governance process around FAIR testing. And these activities are open. If you want to participate, contact me. Okay, now I want to show you some success. Now that I've shown you failure, I want to show you some success. So I've been involved in this project called the European Joint Program on Rare Disease. And so let me describe to you what we did in this project because it's extraordinarily successful in my opinion. Let's look at the scale of the problem. So the EJPRD in numbers, 1,800 participants, 35 countries, all 24 of the rare disease reference networks. This budget is much higher now than it is advertised here because we've had additional funding coming in. 91 beneficiaries. This is the important number. 91 beneficiaries, 52 linked parties, and so on. 85% of the European rare disease community is there, and our challenge was, make that fair. Okay, how? That's a big, big network, right? 91 participants, not all of them have their own data, but many of them do. So, step one, and you're going to see this over and over again. Step one, focus on metadata. The first thing we have to answer is, what kind of data does each partner have? Right? And we have to answer that for a machine. So we created this metadata schema. It's based on the data catalog standard. We attempt to follow the European data catalog application profile. Every participating site publishes this via a semi-automated process I'll show you in a moment, but it's bootstrapped using Excel spreadsheets, which everyone is familiar with. The metadata publication platform we're using is called the FAIR Data Point. So this is an open source code base distributed via Docker images. It installs within a couple of seconds. It publishes metadata for humans, but it also, most importantly, publishes metadata for machines. It provides an easy-to-use editing tool so end users can edit these GCAT records through web pages, and it automatically registers your existence in a central location, your existence, right? That central location then shows us who is a member of this federated network of FAIR data points. And so here you see, for the European Joint Program on Rare Diseases, this is our index, and you'll see all of the partners are here. And there's an indication of their status. So these are the active ones. People can see, if they check themselves, they can see, oh, I've fallen out of activity, something went wrong. They can bring their FAIR data point back up. So this is a central registry of partners, and this makes it now possible for a computational agent to go to that registry and say, okay, who are the partners? And then individually visit them and explore their metadata and figure out which ones potentially contain data that's of interest to my question. This is all happening at metadata layer, right? So far we haven't talked about FAIR data. Metadata, metadata, metadata. Right? So am I suggesting that there's no point in making data fair, or making fair data? No, I'm not. But I'm saying that there's little point in making fair data until you get the discovery metadata right. And then you can start to get some benefit from the fair data, or more benefit from the fair data. And we have to recognize that some data will never be fair. Some of it is highly sensitive, some of it is just too voluminous, and there's not much point in changing its structure in order to make it fair. So metadata is really the point of fair, not data. But EJPRD also did create fair data, and I'll show you briefly the end-user-friendly and reusable verification pipeline that we implemented and is now open source. So let me just describe the challenge again. So we need to make all of the data in this network work together. So there's about 50 resources that actually have data. Now they have similar data. So they're either patient registries or biobanks, but they have different starting formats. Generally, they're forbidden from sharing or moving their data. You heard in the opening talks this issue of data privacy and security and access. So as a consequence, the participants are going to have to do the fair transformation themselves, on site, and sometimes without even a fair expert seeing the data. Right, now that's a challenge, because these are not fair experts. These are often not even technical experts. These are registry owners, clinical-oriented people who don't necessarily know a lot about FAIR. So, how do we do that? Well, the way that we approached it is we started by building a FAIR data model that could represent more or less all of the different data that was collected by these registries. We called this the Clinical and Registry Entry Semantic Model. This is a snapshot of the core, the highest level. It's based on the semantic science integrated ontology from Dr. Michel de Bontier, who's at University of Maastricht. But it was finished by Pablo Alarcón, who's a PhD student in my group. So we share that model. Everybody gets a copy of it, but they don't need to understand it, because all they do is they generate CSV, comma separated value files. Everybody knows how to generate comma separated value. We use those as a template, and we automate the transformation from that into that. Right, so this is our lingua franca, right, and it works. Can I prove it? Does this work in practice? So here are 5 FAIR data points from partners representing neuromuscular dystrophies. These 5 FAIR data points, one of them actually has real clinical data, the other 4 are using mock data at the moment. And then we say, okay, what question can we ask that is privacy preserving, by the way? The question was, what is the delay between symptom onset and diagnosis? Turns out this is really important for the rare disease community. The diseases are rare, so the clinical diagnosis is sometimes delayed by years as people get misdiagnosed or misunderstood. And so the delay, the offset between the first symptom and the correct diagnosis is a measure of the quality and efficiency of the healthcare system. So this is a really important metric for them. So turns out this question can be automatically answered. The metadata allowed my query agent to discover and interact with the participants that were capable of providing the question-relevant data. I then issued the same query to all of those participants because we have a shared model, and then I integrate the output, and you can see here that we're getting answers from 2 of the 5 partners who were capable of answering that question. Caveat emptor. Right. I've said it a couple of times, but now I'm going to say it explicitly. FAIR data alone is not sufficient to achieve interoperability. I'm going to prove that again. This paper. So this was the European Joint Program on Rare Disease, collaborating with a group in the United States called CPATH. We did independent verification efforts over exactly the same data, and then we tried to cross-query. Well, to say, I use the words emergent here. Now, in English, we have an expression which is putting lipstick on a pig, right? Emergent is the most generous word we could use. right? There was almost no interoperability whatsoever between these two data sets, both of them beautifully verified, but independently modeled. So now we know that shared models are in fact necessary. This may be influenced a little bit by large language models who we think might be able to negotiate between these, but at the moment, we need shared models. Okay, so now I'm going to segue into the panel session that's coming up next. I want to talk to you about FLAIR-GG. So we're now going to look at big data, networks of federated data leading to conservation strategies. So thank you to the Gobierno for funding this project. So this is verification, linking, and integrated reuse of global ex situ plant germplasm, seed banks, seeds. So our first target is the Banco de Germoplasma Vegetal in UPM, one of the most complete collections of wild crucifers in the world with more than 1,000 taxa, seeds of Iberian and the peninsula in general, currently preserving 24% of the threatened flora in Spain. Now I want to contextualize this a little bit. So we are a wild germplasm bank, and this is a model sort of circa 2009. It's somewhere in the middle of the development of Eurisco, and I'm sure there's people in the audience who will know this history better than I do. So Eurisco was hosted at the IPK Gadersleben, and this is for crop seeds, so not wild. Right? And so there was this flow from the national crop gene banks into national focal points, which then reported to Eurisco that made this general search catalog. Everything was really quite nice. The data flow was nice, very well organized, fairly well resourced all the way through here. But then we sort of circa 2022-ish, there had been a decision that it would be really nice to get crop wild relatives into this, what was formerly just crop information. Now, crop wild relatives, another English expression, we set the cat among the pigeons. This is a lot more chaotic than this. You have NGOs, you have research centers, you have citizen science, you have universities, many different data formats, very little coordination, and just for anyone who's listening, very little resourcing. They need funding. So this plethora of new stakeholders with highly varying expertise and varying levels of compliance with the emergent standards from the FAO, I'm sure is also here. So the FAO had created descriptors for crop wild relatives that were supposed to allow this movement of data. It was still difficult, and there's these other issues that came up, the legal regulations on territories, legal regulations on species, conservation status. Now, I'm not going to talk about this, but my lab is really interested in modeling this for machines also. So if you want a conversation about that, catch me in the break. So this is a mess, right? But it's identical to the situation that we face with the registries in the EJP. Exactly the same problem, including the privacy issues, by the way. And I want to just note that FAIR data facilitates communication between these partners, in addition to potentially lubricating this movement of germplasm information from the crop wild relatives germplasm banks into Eurisco. So we're helping in many different ways if we go through a verification process. So the objectives are to take what we learned from EJPRD and now apply it to germplasm banks with the BJV as our first target. And then we're going to expand. So let me show you the status of this project, and this will be the last few slides before I summarize. So we have our FAIR data point. This is what it looks like. It's customized to the germplasm case. There's an automated installer available. We have metadata capture templates available. And we are also offering to host. So if anyone wants to join us and they want low cost of entry, we will set it all up for you. And you can play and then choose to host it yourself later or not, as you wish. We have the models. So we've created the data models for all of the different kinds of germplasm data. They're shared. We have the CSV templates. We have the transformation pipeline tested, confirmed that it works. And the entire infrastructure can be replicated by any partner within a couple of minutes. There's an automated installer that does everything. We have our index, and so far, we are very lonely. There's just us. Right? But this is early days still. We've only just built this in the last few months. So there's several seed bank partners. This is coming mostly from Red Bag. Partners identified who will be on board with us in a few weeks, we hope. But in fact, everyone is welcome to participate. Contact me. By the way, you don't have to contact me at all. The instructions for getting on board are on the web, and we don't really, at the moment, have a curation process. Now, we will, of course, watch and make sure that only valid people are registering, but we're trying to not centralize anything. This is an open, fair, distributed network of partners, right? Self-selecting partners. And then the thing that we have here is what I call the virtual platform. So this is the entry point for exploration of the entire partner network, but what it does is it drives traffic outwards. So when you do discovery searches, it says, they haven't answered, they haven't answered, they haven't answered, they haven't answered. Right? And so we're driving traffic to the individual resources rather than centralizing. And that's important because they need visibility. They are really in trouble in some cases. Right? So they need visibility. And finally, this is the coolest part. One-click launch. So once I've done my exploration, I've done my query, I can click and launch an analytics platform, an analytics environment, which is customized to the question that I asked. Right? And this is possible because the services that are asking the questions are also annotated fairly. So the system knows what question it just answered, and it can automate the construction of an appropriate analytics environment, for example, map integration. Right? So the next steps are to begin constructing shared queries that are intended to help build conservation strategies, and now we're getting into the topic of the next panel. So let's look at what that will look like. Dynamic integration of partner seed bank collections with, for example, GBIF species observation. So in this map, you'll see the yellow dots are all the locations where a particular species, this is Caricetera, have been observed. The red dots are the locations where it has been sampled in Spain. Right? So observations are not the same as samples. Right? And so from here, when we get these maps together, we can say what geographic locations have not been sampled by any collection expedition from anyone in the network. Right? So this is a breadth strategy. What have we not seen yet? Then we go deeper. Right? So we know that environment drives intraspecies diversity. So now we're going to add resources such as AMET, the meteorological agency, the IGME, so the Geological and Mining Institute, Spanish Geographical Agency, and capture contextual information, environmental contextual information associated to where species live. And so you can see that we can now subdivide these observation locations into observations with different microclimates, with different soil types, with different salinities, and so on. And then we can say, are there occurrence locations of a particular species of interest within which we haven't sampled? For example, a breeding program might say, well, I'm looking for wild relatives that are tolerant to saline conditions. And we could look here and say, well, here's a region that hasn't been sampled at all that matches those conditions. So the genome has likely been adapted, and we can sample from there. So this is, again, telling us what we don't know, which is very cool. Right? It's a different way of looking at big data. What don't we know, not what do we know? Okay, take-home messages. FAIR is metadata first, metadata first, metadata first. FAIR is measurable, but for the moment, don't trust it. We need global governance before you can really start to trust these quality assessments. FAIR data alone does not lead to interoperability. We need shared models. Rich, high-quality metadata enhances the appropriate, I'm going to use that word again, I'd love to explain it later, reuse of FAIR data. There are technologies and strategies that allow FAIR experts to help you, help non-FAIR experts, help anyone to create their own FAIR data, their own really well-crafted FAIR data, by the way. So that allows us to distribute efforts rather than centralize or warehouse these FAIR data. And finally, don't reinvent wheels, please. So projects like EJPRD, lots of money in EJPRD, have generated a mountain of reusable code and models that you can apply to your own verification efforts. And that's it. So I have numerous and treasured colleagues and collaborators that I've been citing throughout the slide deck. I want to especially recognize the Ministerial for funding the FLAIR-GG, European Joint Programme on Rare Diseases, and of course my institute, CGPG, INEA, CSIC, at the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. So thank you very much, everyone. I don't know if I'm supposed to take questions or just go straight into the panel. So maybe.
Yes.
Am I supposed to take questions or just go straight into the panel?
No, take the panel.
Okay. so it's very bright. Questions from anyone?
It's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson. Thank you for this interesting approach. Thank you to highlight the importance of global governance. A very interesting thing and a very interesting approach to make a landscape, to talk about biodiversity and climate change, and to understand the importance of data, of the integrated data, in order to face the climate change and biodiversity problems. So this will be the first panel, the first high-level panel, moderated by María José Sanz. María José, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. And well, first of all, thank you to the panelists for being here with us. I think it's been a very illustrative introduction of what data challenges are, starting from something that we thought it was helped by putting principles in the table. But apparently, we have more problems than that, and starting with the interpretation of the principles, and then, of course, that by having principles, we don't make data interoperable, which is one of the major challenges we have. So having said that, I want to put to the panel a general question. And the panel is composed basically by María José Rayo. She's the president of IMET, which is the National Institute of Meteorology of Spain. Adolfo Uriarte, which is the Director General of Patrimonio Natural and Climate Change of the Basque Government. Alexandra Alfieri, which is the head of the unit of climate change of the IMF, a very recent unit. And Sebastian Trier, which is the director of an institute I really like very much to work with, which is IDRI in Paris. The first question I want to put forward all of you, and you can answer in order if you want, of sitting, is, I mean, what are the challenges that from your perspective and your actual role and what you are being advising or doing, are you facing in gathering, use, and provide support, advice to inform decisions in terms of, are you having enough information? Is the information good enough? What are sorts of improvements you will be expecting? Given that, as Mark was highlighting, there is an increasing amount of data in the table, and there is also extremely fragmented. So, María José, what else? What will be your challenges here?
Okay, thank you very much, María José, for the invitation to participate in this channel. As María José has mentioned, just for all of you, those of you who don't know what IMET is the Spanish National Meteorological Service. And we are, in general, a provider of data. Our data is used in many different fields, and we have millions of data. And to contextualize a little bit, I must remind that weather information has been recorded for a long period of time, in some cases more than 100 years. And there has always been a strong international collaboration to exchange this data, to share the data, and to have common rules on how to measure this data. We have to think of these rules 100 years ago. And to open all this data to the society, IMET decided to implement an open data platform, a platform for a free access to all these millions of data. and of observations, forecasts, radiation, radars, among others. And well, that's been a challenge. I don't know if it's possible to show the address, the web address of this open data. And the amount of accesses that we had during the last years has increased, for me, amazingly. I mean, I don't know if we can see the chart with the data. That is the following one, please.
Next slide, please.
Well, this is the evolution of the accesses to our open data. Even it's incredible how much it's increasing. And even if 2024 is not shown in this chart, we have had a record last April with an average of 3.8 million accesses daily. I mean, for me, it's an amazing figure. Of course, most of them are machine to machine. And what are our challenges nowadays? Well, we are in the process of implementing the European regulation of the high-value datasets. And according to this regulation, more data must be with metadata, and open for free, of course, and complying with the specific or specifications, technical and legal, to more or less adopt the FAIR principles. This is very challenging for us, and perhaps after we can deepen a little bit on the sub-challenges of that big challenge.
Thank you, Maria Jose. I think that's very interesting because usually meteorological agencies are well known for producing lots of data that many people use for very different purposes. Adolfo, you are also working in the Basque government, and you are also facing these type of challenges. When you work at that level, subnational level, what are the extra challenges that you find?
Good afternoon, everybody, first of all. And yes, well, I should probably start saying that the Basque Country has quite a complex governance, both in terms of our administration, but as well in terms of all the people that are gathering data that are relevant to climate change studies. And we've got lots of actors, and I think that the main problem is the restraints for interoperability that we have, right? So we have got our own methodological agency, as Met knows, Euskalmet. We have got a water management agency. We have got a health department. We've got 4 universities, actually, if we count this University of Navarra. This is as well in our territory. We've got large research and technology capacities with BRTI, BC3, and so all of them are gathering information and keeping their own data and their own data systems. We've got plenty of viewers and databases, and quite dispersed. So data that are needed to develop integral and multi-objective solutions are not easily to access. So this is the main problem at the moment. And you know, Maria Jose, that I have been working for now 4 years trying to boost collaboration between all the administrations, and especially between all research and data providers. We need to break down all these data silos that still exist in the Basque Country and all over, right? So there is a need for us, there is a need to take urgent decisions. But many of these decisions are being delayed because there is still a lack of ground truthing as well. So we've got Copernicus with all the information that Copernicus is giving, but we need to ground truth all this information. We've got a lot of on-ground stations, and we need to scale up all this information that's coming from satellites, and we need still to do a lot of work in this area. So, well, we are considered in Europe as front runners in terms of adaptation, for example. But we fear that running too much, it's probably a problem as well. So we might, it might carry us to take unsuccessful solutions and even to misadaptation, which of course has got a big economic impact. So there is an obvious lack of analytical tools, and that should help managers to make decisions. And we are working together in several European and international platforms. Some of you probably know them: Regions 4, Under 2, CPMR, and Core, a whole bunch of different platforms and organizations. There are regional organizations. It's not that we are trying to raise the voice of the regions in the state rule decisions, but it's always to learn from each other and to learn from each other's experiences and to advance as fast as possible. So trying to commit at the least possible errors.
Thank you, Adolfo. I think it's very interesting to learn that learning from experience of users is also very important in order to address the challenges, not only from the scientific perspective, but also learning from what's going on the ground. So, Alexandra, you are dealing with something else which is very important in the world those days, which is finance. I mean, what are the challenges that you foresee, also because you are dealing at the global level?
Yeah, I feel kind of that I don't fit in this panel, but but I mean, and we are also quite new in the space of climate at the IMF. This started just in 2022 when we launched a climate strategy. Basically now we are providing support to countries to basically mainstream climate change into the macroeconomic policies. And there is a lot of increasing demand for data to support these policies. And I mean, we use this word macro-critical, which is, I think, more an IMF jargon, which means basically that now climate has become, I mean, as in provides important impact to the economy and to the financial stability. So that's why the IMF got into these pictures. So, and what it actually impacts is the surveillance and analytical work of the IMF. So we do every year this, what we call Article 4 missions. Basically, we go to every country to assess the economic and financial stability of countries. And now climate has become fully integrated into this assessment. So it's no more kind of an add-on, but it is fully integrated, and it is also fully integrated into the flagship publication of the IMF, so the World Economic Outlook, the Financial Stability Report, and the Fiscal Monitor now include climate as mainstreamed into these publications. So this, of course, requires quite a lot of data. And so we are working in two levels, let's say, more working with global data sets, but also supporting countries in strengthening their statistical system to answer to these policy demands. Another area that we are working on now is lending. So the IMF has launched a Resilience and Sustainability Fund, which is an initiative to assist countries to address structural challenges that pose macroeconomic risks. And this include challenges linked to climate change, but also pandemics and so on. And this is a little bit different from the main work with the IMF, which usually focuses on short term, but now in the case of climate, we are looking also at the longer terms. We also understand that we are the new kid on the block here, and we don't have a lot of expertise in this space. So we are working very closely with those that have been working with this much longer than us, and with the World Bank in particular, there is now a framework, a partnership framework that is being developed in the context of climate, of course with the UN and with a lot of partners with the areas, and we'll discuss more on Thursday on that. One thing, I mean, the ministers of finance and the central bank's governors recognize that there are data gaps in the space of climate, and they launched this initiative, the Data Gap Initiative, the third phase. which recognize climate as one of the priorities, and 7 of the 14th recommendations are actually on climate, addressing issues of data related to mitigation, adaptation, climate finance, and expenditures and subsidies. So that what we are doing is trying to develop the methodology, because in this space, some of the things are already agreed. When we talk about energy and emission accounts, we have the SEA that provides the standard on how to calculate these things. But some others, like for example, when we talk about climate finance and physical and transition risks and expenditures, climate-related expenditure and subsidies, the methodology is not there. So we are trying to develop this methodology and then integrate it into the update of the existing standards. So the system of national accounts and balance of payments, they have some sections dealing in particular with ESGs, the environment, sustainability and governance, and on climate finance. And then there are the new, the updates of the new standard, the system of environmental economic accounts central framework, and the government's finance statistics and the monetary finance statistics manual, which will be updated. The update has just been launched. So the idea is to really integrate all the climate change into all the updates of the statistical standards.
Thank you, Alexandra. Yeah, that's very interesting, because now everyone wants to act. For acting, we need to embed into the economy what needs to be done, and we are facing very, very difficult transitions. So it's good that you are a new kid in the block. Sebastian, you know very well the context, the global context of climate change and biodiversity, and how it's been evolving in the last decades. So what are the challenges that you see from this more global perspective of both crisis and data?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I think my first point would be to say that we've seen an enormous... I was looking at the conference statements, and I was looking at this idea that data is increasing extremely rapidly, and I see that in the way that we can monitor the state of the environment on the ocean, for instance, and that's incredibly useful. But there is one part that I think we are discussing here that is extremely important, and one part of the data that we need to design and evaluate climate policies or nature protection policies are about socioeconomic. The assessment of what is the socioeconomic use, the social impact of those policies, the users or the economic agents in the technical systems like the food systems or the energy system. And this is where it's so important for me to be able to exchange with the national statistical institutes. But let me just take a few examples. I know that time is short, but I want to show that what we are looking for instance, is the level and cost of energy used by individual households, the type of cars that and the level of income of those who own the cars when we look at low emission zones. But it's also, for instance, lifestyle choices of consumers of food and how they are related to their socioeconomic and cultural background. So this is incredibly complicated data to access, but maybe accessible. Another type of complicated data to access is the fact that, for instance, when we look at farmers, in Europe, we know a lot about farmers because this is a very administrated policy. But when actually we also need to look to understand the investment strategy of food processors. This is much more complicated to access. Or the level of CapEx and OpEx investments of an oil and gas company, which they normally are supposed to reveal, but are not so happy to disclose. Or, for instance, the new R&D investment of pesticide companies, to what extent they are betting on other things than just chemicals to protect agriculture. So these are just examples to show you that I see that, there are some of these data that are not so easy to be disclosed and to access. So I have 3 messages out of that. First, the data collection on these socioeconomic data is extremely developed in Europe, for instance, because this is a context that I know. But I know very much that for African colleagues, this is still a very big challenge. So I think a big message is, yes, data is increasing, but supporting national statistical institutions, for instance, on agricultural systems, is something that still needs to be supported a lot. So that's my first message on data collection. The second one is that some of this data is confidential, or is is also the object of an economic business, of profitability of some of those who produce the data. So this is something where I believe we need also to have policy come in for disclosure and transparency. And that's something that I think was very present in many of the examples. Sometimes you don't want the data to be completely accessible if it's about the health of individual people. But this economic data is also something that we need to find the right balance between transparency and disclosure. My third message is that when it comes to behavioral patterns of individual people, I believe that there is a lot of data that might be very interesting coming out of social networks and lots of things that are online that might be very interesting. But I think we need to invest a lot not only in statistical institutes but in research, because counter-analysis of what the perception we have from social network might be very different from what people actually do in their practical life. And so, yes, we need to have public money for statistical institutes and for research institutes to have the counter-analysis of what comes out, but also to be sure that we have the policy and regulation for disclosure, because that accessibility of data is not necessary. And I think on the IMF side, we know very much that risk assessment is something that is both extremely important, but very central for the business of insurers, for instance.
Thank you, Sebastian. Which brings me to the fact that we know that private sector companies are owning a lot of data those days, in particular those which are digital technological companies. And I guess that also points out something that probably could be also a message, which is that we need public-private partnerships where data is shared, so that there is not a duplicative efforts to collect data which are already produced. And we will have examples during the conference on how those things are emerging with some sectors in the area of adaptation of climate change. Now, I want to pass to a second round of questions where, Maria Jose, I mean, you told us that you want to deep a little bit more on the specific challenges that IMF has, but I would like you to focus on this deep dive on how you foresee this enhancement of interoperability and overcoming the challenges that Mark was saying about understanding fairness and things like that.
Well, from the point of view of a public organization like IMF, we face specific issues to deal with all this amount of perspective and problems that the FAIR principles imply. And I would highlight three main challenges or sub-challenges, because we are, as I mentioned before, we are dealing with the implementation of the high-value datasets. Those datasets are interoperable, they fulfill all the specifications of the European regulation, but this is something, a front desk, that requires a very demanding work in the back desk, and it implies a complete transformation of our organization. Then there is an issue of governance. We have to work hard in improving the governance of all the millions of data that we manage. We are going to implement a governance office, a data governance office in IMF, that is the unit that is going to be in charge of the promotion of the and management, reuse of all the data. And as a public organization, we face the issue, as many others, of the lack of professionals to do it in an adequate pace and as quick as the situation demands. The second important challenge is technological infrastructures, and it's something that is essential, and we are in the process of investing in a new service on the cloud, new in cybersecurity, storage, processing capability, many different needs that must not be taken for granted because are essential for the robust provision of new services. And the third one is crowdsourcing and artificial intelligence. They are not the same, of course, but both are related. We need to have sources of information from the most traditional ones to the more new, not so new, but as the ones that come from, for example, from social networks, and to have an adequate structure, and then to use artificial intelligence to provide more products, more services, especially related to climate change. I mean, there is a clear relationship between climate change and the economy of data, and we need, as a public institution, to give answers to the needs of the society. Then we are working hard in these three sub-challenges, and well, to sum up, I would say that data is essential for the mission of IMET. We are very focused on this complete transformation of the organization to become a data-centric organization, and well, we are a tool for the society and for all the rest of research and activities that are undergoing.
Adolfo, the Basque government is very worried about environmental issues to solve problems from the past, to protect biodiversity. The landscape of the Basque country is also very complex. So what are these additional challenges that you see in addition to the access of data that you foresee in order to use the data for making better decisions, as you indicated before?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Actually, as I said before, the shared databases is a must. We need to share databases, and we need to improve as well our analytical capacities. If we manage to put all the data that we have in a common system, or at least to standardize and give access to different data silos, as I've mentioned before as well, especially giving the results, the promising results of artificial intelligence, the decision-making process will be sustainably improved, definitely, both in terms of speed and quality of the decisions. Tools like ARIAS that you have mentioned as well in your intervention this morning is an artificial intelligence modeler that probably most of you will hear in the next days, in the next sessions. I strongly believe that this will help to construct, better decisions, right? So it will help us to take much better decisions because it will help to construct much better ecological process models. Some of our process models are very complex, some others don't exist at all, and I think that if we manage to feed ARIAS with good information, we will end up having very, very good results, especially for managers. So to make decisions, I think it's going to be something very, very critical. And as you know, we strongly bet on tools like ARIAS. And after this few minutes of propaganda, we have a lot of knowledge gaps. We still do not know. We know that ecosystems that are pristine or that are not affected by pollution or by stress, so non-stressed ecosystems usually are more resilient, no? But we do not know what's going to happen with all these areas that we are recovering now. We are in a strong mood now to try to recover lots of land and to recover marshland and natural habitats, but we do not know what to do. Should we just take away all the invasive plants, or should we replant it with autochthonous plants? Because we do not know what's going to happen actually in these areas. We do not know. Biologists still don't know how the different species are going to react to the different stresses that we are expecting and that we are already suffering. So there is a lot of research that still needs to be done. So we do as well make a very strong bet for knowledge improvement or knowledge generation. And just let me 1 minute to tell you a new strategy that we are implementing now in terms of gathering all information related to the natural environment, to our natural heritage. We have been developing a nature information system now for more than 10 years in the Basque Country, but we have changed now the strategy this year, or not this year, a few years ago actually, but now we are implementing all this, and this, what this new strategy tries to do is, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have got a very complex governance. So we've got the provincial councils that are managing most of our natural areas, and they are gathering a lot of information. But their information is in the provincial councils. It's difficult that this information comes up to the government, right? So what we have done, we have spent a lot of money in a new nature system or nature information system. It's called SINE in Spanish. If you SINE, Sistema de Información de la Naturaleza de Euskadi, if someone wants to look for it. And this system not only, provides, or it's fed with data, with standardized data that we have as well to report then to Europe, to the ministry and to Europe. This is the way. So what we are doing as well is we are customizing all this tool. So anybody providing or being able to provide information or with potential information for the system is going to have a customized system, and they will implement their own data in this system, and our system will read directly from all this system. So at the end, everybody will have their own system, but we at the government, we are going to have all the information from each one of the partners providing information. So this is something that we are on one side giving them some tools that cost a lot of money, and on the other side, we are gonna be happy to have all this data in our system, and of course, all the data are open data, and everybody will have some access to all the data.
Yeah, that's good, because one of the first steps is to make sure that we're all aware of the data we have, and then start connecting the data, and then we can raise the issues, the more complex issues. So that's a very interesting move forward. And I think it was also very good to listen that you are in favor of having systems which are more modular in order to model processes and be more transparent, because we don't know everything, as you said.
Exactly.
But Alexandra, everyone is focusing on the means of implementation, meaning finance. So what will help to target finance to accelerate action on your view, based on the accessibility of data and the progress that you have been showing earlier that IMF is doing?
Yeah, of course, we need to provide the policymakers with data that allows them to redirect the capital flows towards low carbon and resilient investments. So in particular, I think there are three areas I would like to focus on. One is the risk assessment that was mentioned before. Basically, lenders and investors and insurers, they need data, and they need to understand the impact of climate on people, on assets, on the economy more in general. So we need to understand where the hazards are going to hit, who will be exposed to these hazards, and what would be the impact of these hazards, and also where these hazards are going to take place, because we want to understand where to invest and how to mitigate the impact of these hazards. And for this, basically, we need to integrate information in different layers, and this is really the issue of having the data being fair and being integratable across the world. There is one good thing is that we could use for data poor countries global data sets that can provide at least an initial estimates of these risks, and then they can be improved using national data sets. And for this, we are also working with the areas team to develop some sort of a tool that will allow to calculate this, to do these risk assessments at the country level. The second area that I wanted to mention is the measuring progress towards low carbon economy. I think it is important to have reliable data on air emission and energy use. And this is true both at the macro level to understand what are the economic activities that are impacting the climate, but also at the business level. So there are disclosure measures that are increasingly being adopted, and at the European level there is the CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which now is making mandatory the reporting on greenhouse gas emissions. At the global level, there are also efforts led by the CDP, the Carbon Disclosure Project, the Net Zero Data Public Utility, and the UNFCCC GCAP to make available data at the business level on greenhouse gas emissions, and so the idea of transparency hopefully will also lead to towards a standardized approach of measuring emissions. And then the third one I wanted to mention is, of course, climate finance and getting data on carbon pricing using green taxonomies, and also climate-related stress testing for financial institutions. So what we are doing in this space is we are trying to, we have a climate indicators dashboard where we actually disseminate data on climate, in particular climate in relationship with the economy, to basically make this data available to our country economists, but also more broadly to the public, to make basically aware of this interaction between the climate and the economy. I think that it is an exciting time. I think that there is a lot of interest. We notice also from the IMF side that a lot of countries are coming asking for support on developing climate data. But I think there is also not a lot of understanding of what this means. So it's exciting time because we need to educate people on what it actually means, what data can be developed, and also how they can be used in policy and decision making.
Yeah, I mean, we're a bit late, but I want to give the opportunity to Sebastian, because we have been talking very recently about international cooperation as one way to leverage all this. So what do you think will be the priorities to foresee in international cooperation to help all this to move forward?
Thank you very much. I try to be short, but I want to really emphasize the fact that at national, local, but particularly at international level, we see that a lot of the information and data that we are talking about is of a very political nature. I remember talking to the director of INPE, the National Satellite Teledetection Director in Brazil. The data that they have on deforestation in Brazil every year is extremely politicized to the extent that he receives or she receives death threats about the fact that what he's going to publish. So knowledge is power, but in particular when what we try to do is to enable strategic use of that data and information to make a change, to make a transition towards a different world, or something that would be more sustainable. That is going to be challenged by those parties that favor the statu quo or that might lose from the transition. I just want to put that vividly in our picture because that's going to happen at every level of governance. And we need to find a way, I mean, I say we, I hope you accept me in the community of those who produce those data. We need to find a way to make that without compromising the credibility of our institutions, science or statistical institutions. And that's really going to be extremely important. I could also have talked about the IPCC of chemicals, where a lot of the data is going to be in the hands of the private chemical industry. And we need to find a way to have proper, so it's a matter of partnership, as you had said, Maria Jose. But it's also a way that we need to disclose the information that they don't want to disclose, because that's deal on power, that deal on the data is going to be a negotiation on who has the power. And that's going to be extremely important. And of course, there are things that are extremely important in the negotiation where everybody needs to believe that what China discloses on their greenhouse gas emissions is actually true. And so that's also something where we need to find a way to not infringe on China's sovereignty, but at the same time ensure that we can believe what they say they do. Same for France. Huh? I'm not saying that China is the only problem, but China is much bigger than France. So I've seen interesting examples. And that was led, for instance, by the French CNES, the National Space Research Council in France, that has developed the Space Climate Observatory, where it was a very informal coordination of NASA, CNES, and others, to just say we have a charter of how we are going to exchange on data and model in a way that that was very technical and very depoliticized, trying not to involve the national governments of each and every institutions in order to be below the radar and being able to ensure between the community of data providers and scientists something that would be interoperability and common understanding without having to have a proper political negotiation on how are we going to share data between governments, because when you include diplomats, it becomes extremely complicated. But I'm not sure that this model is always going to be able to hold, and that's why UN institutions on statistics, for instance, are extremely important, because that's a way where, I mean, the UN institutions are used to negotiate both the very political issues in a very technical manner that goes forward without being impeded by diplomats speaking to one another. So I think that's, to me, very important. We need to find the right governance framework. Sometimes it needs to be depoliticized because it's about interoperability, but we need to be sure that we are also ready when it comes to, when it is going to become obvious that there are political issues that are inside it. And in particular, how do we ensure that we have credibility of our institutions, that the way that sometimes you are going to publish data that are not going to be liked by some of governments, and I've heard about my own government in a few months, but that's completely out of the scope of this conference. When a government is going to challenge its own national statistical institutes, what do we do? How do we ensure that we have a community at global level that ensures the credibility and that the data is sound and that it cannot be challenged? So that's, to me, I'm sorry, it's a very broad challenge, but I think it needs to be very, very, very cautiously addressed. Governance issues about how we ensure areas where we can have technical discussions, but also moments when we are going to have very political discussions.
Yeah, thank you, Sebastian. We are late, but I think there are examples where this is being tried to do. For example, in the case of greenhouse gas inventories, where the UN is being setting some standards that are followed by countries, and there are review processes by independent panels that are helping to provide this without, harming the institutions or the credibility of the data producers. Having said that, I would like to thank again all the panelists. I think now we have setting the scene for discussions during the conference about how to solve those issues. And I really appreciate that it was coming from a different perspective than the data science and the statisticians here. So I hope this is going to be a very good starting point for your discussions in the next days. Okay.
Thank you, Maria Jose. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you everyone. Are you tired? Yes? So I have two news, a bad news and a good news. Would you prefer to start? The good news is time for coffee break. But the bad news is we have only 10 minutes. So please, in 10 minutes, we come back to continue this session. Thank you.
Does it ever get lonely thinking you could leave without me? Leave without me. You know I'm the one who put you out there and told no one. Thinking you could leave without me. Leave without me. You know I'm the one who put you out there and told no one. Thinking you could leave without me. Left today. What if we say goodbye to safe and sound? What if we're hard to find? What if we lost our minds? What if we let them fall behind and never found? And when the lights start flashing like a photo booth and the stars exploding, we'll be fireproof. My youth is yours, tripping on skies and waterfalls. My youth is yours, run away now with forever. My youth is yours, the truth's a lie, it's hiding. My youth is yours. My youth is yours. What if we start to drive? What if we close our eyes? Speeding through red lights into paradise. Cause we got time for getting old. What a body, time and souls. Cross our fingers, here we go. And when the lights start flashing like a photo booth and the stars exploding, we'll be fireproof. My youth is yours, tripping on skies and waterfalls. My youth is yours, run away now and forever. My youth is yours, the truth's a lie, it's hiding. My youth is yours. My youth is yours. What would they say? What would they do? Would it be trouble if they knew? I'm trying hard to make you see. All that you are is is all that I need. I know that it's a secret, and I gotta keep it, but I want the lights on. Yeah, I want the lights on. And I don't wanna run away anymore. Leave the lights on, leave the lights on. I know that it's a secret, and I gotta keep it, but I want the lights on. Yeah, I want the lights on. And I don't wanna run away anymore. Leave the lights on, leave the lights on, leave the lights on. Lights on, lights on.
People dying, shouldn't hurt you, hear 'em crying. Can you practice
practice what you preach, would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us and some guidance from above. 'Cause right now people have me questioning, where is the love? The love, the love. Where is the love, the love, the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love, the love, the love? Attracted to the things that'll bring you trauma. Overseas, yeah, we trying to stop the terrorism, but we still got terrorists here living in the USA, the big CIA, the Bloods and the Crips and the KKK. But if you only have love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate, and to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Madness is what you demonstrate, and that's exactly how it works and operates. And you gotta have love just to set it straight, to control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love, y'all, y'all. The love, y'all, y'all. To the love, y'all, y'all. The love, y'all, y'all. To the love, y'all, y'all. The love, y'all, y'all. To the love, y'all, y'all. The love, y'all, y'all. People killing, people dying, shouldn't hurt you hear 'em crying. Can you practice what you preach? Would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us and some guidance from above. 'Cause right now people have me questioning, where is the love? The love, the love. Where is the love, the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love, the love? In my mind, in my head, this is where we all came from. The dreams we had, the love we shared, this is what we're waiting for. In my mind, in my head, this is where we all came from. In my mind, in my head, this is where we all came from. all came from, the dreams we had, the love we shared. This is what we're waiting for. In my mind, in my head, this is where we all came from. In my mind, in my head, this is where we all came from.
Do you recall not long ago we would walk on the sidewalk, innocent? Remember, all we did was scared for each other, but the night was warm. We were going young. All around, the wind blows. We would only hold on to let go. Blow a kiss, fire a gun. We need someone to lean on. Blow a kiss, fire a gun. We need someone to lean on. Blow a kiss, fire a gun. We need someone to lean on. Blow a kiss, fire a gun. Oh, we need somebody to lean on. What will we do when we get old? Will we walk down the same road? Will you be there by my side, standing strong as the waves roll over? The nights are long, longing for you to come home. All around, the wind blows. We would only hold on to let go. Blow a kiss, fire a gun. We would need someone to lean on. Blow a kiss, fire a gun. All we need is somebody to lean on. Blow a kiss, fire a gun. We would need someone to lean on. Blow a kiss, fire a gun. All we need is somebody to lean on.
it went wrong. I wouldn't lie if you came.
Good evening. Was the coffee good? Yes or not? Yes, okay, thank you. So, we are 20 minutes late. So, I am going to introduce directly the next high-level panel. The following high-level panel will deal with the issue of sustainability of tourism. An issue very important all over the world, and especially here in Spain. Approximately 13% of GDP is about tourism. So it's very important for all the world and for Spanish people too. We will start with a keynote speech by Ms. Elena Manzanera. As you know, Elena is President National Statistics Institute of Spain, and the panel will be moderated after that by Ms. Clara van der Pol, Acting Chief Statistician of UN Tourism. Mrs. Manzanera, you have the floor as you go on, and here your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon again. Thank you very much, Christina, for the introduction, and thanks also and again for inviting me to this high-level panel. So we are talking about the statistical framework for measuring the sustainability of tourism. So recently, particularly after the COVID pandemic, over-tourism has emerged as a significant global challenge, causing numerous social, environmental, and economic problems, especially in popular tourist destinations and city centers. A global problem has emerged. To drive societal development, it's necessary to maintain tourist activity, but within the framework of sustainable growth. For example, in Spain, over the last 25 years, total visitors increased by 65% and overnight stays by 32%. Regarding tourist infrastructure, the number of hotels rose by 52% and the number of short-stay rental homes tripled, severely impacting the center of big cities like Barcelona, as shown in the slide. Over-tourism leads to environmental degradation, causing pollution, littering, and resource depletion, which affect natural habitats and local communities. Economically, it creates imbalance as large corporations benefit more than local businesses, leading to social inequalities. In addition, popular tourist destinations often face severe overcrowding, straining local infrastructure and services. Overall, over-tourism has diminished the quality of life in tourist destinations. Media coverage of resident dissatisfaction with the current tourist model has caused unrest among local population, sparking numerous citizen protests worldwide. To allow policymakers to make evidence-based decisions to address the shift in the tourist model, rigorous statistical information is needed. United Nations Tourism, with the support of a dedicated expert group, has developed the statistical framework for the measurement of sustainable tourism, MST, summarizing the excellent work done in recent years. The multipurpose conceptual framework supports the recording and presentation of data about the sustainability of tourism, organizing data in 3 dimensions: economic, environmental, and social, and their connection and effects in a holistic way, considering difference across geographic scale from local to national and international levels. The statistical framework for MST establishes a common languages for measuring and presenting sustainable tourist data, transforming primary data into useful statistics for decision-making. It organizes data using common concepts and definition, classification, and reporting rules. Methods and data sources vary by country, with openness to innovative sources like big data or administrative records. The framework requires detailed compilation guidance and the development of relevant indicators. Stakeholders include data producer, mainly national statistical institutes and other authorities, data analysis, and decision makers at both private and public levels. So we are speaking about 3 dimensions, with the first one concerning the economic perspective. Economic sustainability in tourism can be measured through indicators such as the share of tourist activities in the world economy and job creation. These metrics help assess the economic benefits of tourism to host destinations and local communities. There are some economic activities and products that could hardly exist without tourism. These are known as characteristic activities and products. Examples include accommodation, travel agencies, or various forms of transport. Other activities, while not considered characteristic, can also be important for tourism, such as retail trade or food and beverage establishment. Considering the tourism-related portion of each economic activity leads to estimating the overall impact of tourism in a country based on national accounts. This is reflected in the tourism satellite account, which in Spain has been compiled at INE for over 20 years. In the slide, we see the importance of tourism in Spain. At an aggregate level, is the country's leading industry, representing around 12% of the Spanish GDP and employing a similar percentage of the workforce. The second dimension refers to the environment. Measuring environmental sustainability in tourism involves analyzing indicators such as air emission, energy consumption, or the carbon footprint associated with tourism activities. Measuring resource consumption, such as water usage and waste generation, can help identify opportunities to conserve natural resources and reduce waste. The main data source for this purpose is the set of economic environmental accounts compiled in Spain at the INE some over 10 years. Using air emission and energy consumption accounts, we see in the slide the share of greenhouse gases and energy consumed by the main characteristic tourism activities. Transportation is the most notable activities in both charts, followed by accommodation and food and beverage services. Over-tourism also increased waste collection. For instance, in the Balearic Islands, in 2020, the year the pandemic started, the amount of waste collected decreased by 26% compared to the previous year, a normal year in terms of tourism. It's worth to say that this island doubled their population from July to September, making the tourism industry highly significant in the economy. Social sustainability in tourism can be assessed using indicators such as community engagement, cultural preservation, and social inclusion. Identifying opportunities to enhance community participation, support local cultural heritage, and promote inclusive tourist practices that benefit all segments of society is essential. It's important to consider the inequalities caused by over-tourism and measure the subjective satisfaction of tourists. Finally, it's crucial to analyze employment associated with tourism, categorized by characteristics and occupation, following ILO guidelines on decent work and considering wage and salaries in tourism activities. Combining statistical data from these 3 dimensions, economic, environmental, and social, establishes the framework for measuring the sustainability of tourism. A key issue of the statistical framework for MST is the standards used to provide comparable data among economies. The tourism satellite account should be based on two standards: the United Nations System National Accounts and the United Nations World Tourism Organization recommended methodological framework for tourist satellite accounts. Environmental accounts should be based on the United Nations system of economic environmental accounts. Although employment associated with tourism is part of the economic dimension, it's important to extend employment data by integrating other statistical standards and guidelines developed by the ILO, covering data on characteristics of employed persons, including disability and decent work. In Spain, we have started apply MST by combining environmental accounts and the tourist satellite account. Here, I would like to quickly share some initial results. First, regarding air emissions, tourism activities pollute less than non-tourist activities. As shown in the slide, the total greenhouse gas emissions from tourism are about 8% of the total emission in the economy, while the share of tourism in GDP is around 12%. In terms of energy consumption, tourist activity consume only about 3% of the total energy in the economy, 9 points less than their GDP share. In both cases, the industry with the highest pollution and energy consumption are manufacturing activity and not service activities. Therefore, in Spain, producing 1 billion GDP in tourism emits approximately 27% less than the emission needed for producing 1 billion GDP in the total economy. Similarly, producing 1 billion GDP in tourism requires 70% less energy consumption compared to the total economy. Finally, considering the number of overnight stays and air emissions accounts, we see that each tourist emits around 15 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per day of stay. In my final slide, I would like to outline potential next step for extending the information for measuring the sustainability of tourism. Extend environmental impacts to other topics like waste, water usage, or various ecosystem services. Explore links between the tourism satellite accounts and the social dimension, or discuss the introduction of innovative sources of data from the Corporate Sustainability Report Directive are examples of new work to be developed. This step, along with others, should be addressed by the MST group of experts to provide more guidance to countries in measuring the sustainability of tourism. So it's the final of my presentation. So thank you very much for your attention and for inviting me to this meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Manzanera. In the top of this discussion, a key question. Is tourism possible outside the margin of sustainability? To ask this question, I invite to give here to the next moderator, Clara van der Poel, please. And Clara will introduce all the speakers for this high-level panel. Clara? Yes.
Thank you very much, Christina. It really is a pleasure to be here today, and thank you very much to the organizers for this opportunity to be here in beautiful Bilbao with all of you. So Ms. Elena Manzanera just beautifully set the scene for us for this panel. And of course, tourism is a pillar of the national economy in Spain, and it is also a lifeline for many regions and local destinations. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism is also trade. It is the third largest export category after fuels and chemicals, and it amounts to roughly 4% of global GDP, which is a size similar to that of agriculture. Tourism is one of the world's main economic sectors, but not only. It also has the potential to uplift communities, to conserve our natural and cultural heritage, to contribute to cultural exchange and peace building, and to foster a fairer, more prosperous economy. Now, to harness the full potential of tourism for our societies and as a force for good, we must also harness the power of data. MST has, in fact, measuring the sustainability of tourism framework that Elena Manzanera beautifully introduced to us, has in fact been recognized by the UN Chief Executives Board as a sectoral example for moving beyond GDP to value what counts. Now, today I have the pleasure of introducing a fantastic lineup of speakers in this panel on the sustainability of tourism. We will delve into the critical nexus between data integration and data governance for better informing on, in this case, tourism sustainability. And now tourism has, or can be considered a very nice case study for understanding this nexus, because tourism cuts across different data dimensions and different players across government entities, across different disciplines, and different spatial scales, right? From the national, international, all the way down to the regional and local levels. So it's a beautiful case study to explore this further with our speakers. Allow me to, to call each one of you up on stage. So we will have, first of all, Ms. Apolonia Oblak, Director General of the Slovenian National Statistical Office. We will also have Mr. Imam Majdi, Deputy Chief Statistician for Statistical Methodology and Information at BPS Statistics Indonesia. We will have then Ms. Katrien Lindeskov Johansen, Chief Consultant of the Center for Regional and Tourism Research in Denmark. And of course, our dear Julio Lopez Arstor, Head of the Research and Knowledge Department at the National Tourism Office of Spain. Now, we're going to hear about each one of you, your work in this space, and your biggest challenge is going to be to keep to our time. You're going to have 5 minutes to begin with, and then we're going to proceed with a nice conversation amongst us. So let me start perhaps with you, Apolonia. Now, Apolonia has more than 20 years experience at the National Statistical Office of the Republic of Slovenia. You have touched upon many different fields, but I know that your heart is with tourism statistics. Apolonia is in fact a renowned tourism statistics expert, and she in fact is also very active internationally, chairing the OECD Working Party on Tourism Statistics, for example. So Apolonia, your office has been focusing recently on the acquisition of alternative data sources for official tourism statistics, and also on the development of a set of indicators on tourism sustainability. Please tell us a little bit more about this.
Thank you, Clara. Thank you for this very nice introduction. When Elena was explaining, how much tourism contributes, in Spain, of course, Slovenia is at the global level, like 4% of the GDP. But Slovenia is green, small, cute, and we were thinking how to support the goals of tourism in Slovenia via official statistics, like very solid, robust, quality statistics. And we don't have a lot of stuff to work on it. We don't have the budget. We have never bought the data. So this is the environment in which we are trying to do our best to support our users. And luckily, we have a very long history on using of administrative sources. We are still building on that, still producing new indicators. But at the same time, we have had a look of the alternative, big, unstructured data, how we can better support our users with new data sources. So I will, in a few minutes, just show you what we are doing, maybe then to elaborate further in the discussion. So in Slovenia, although we are small, the percentage of GDP from tourism is small, we are running 4 tourism-specific surveys. It's, of course, on accommodation, arrivals and overnight stays. We have the survey on domestic population, travels of domestic population, also 2 very big surveys on foreign travelers and foreign tourists every 4 or 5 years, and also a survey among Slovenian agencies. On the top of that, we are already more than a decade producing tourism satellite accounts. We are very proud of that. And recently, we have been exploring these administrative sources, how to better show what's going on in the employment sphere. So we have produced new indicators on tourism-related employment, and we have various data on accommodation and food service activities, producing wages, how many businesses, electricity consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, and so on. But we wanted to go further. And although we have already great results from what we are doing on monthly, quarterly basis, we have explored several alternative data sources. They are not so much alternative for us anymore because we are already publishing experimental statistics out of these new sources, and we use them especially to address the needs of users when it comes to periodicity, granularity, timeliness, and also new statistics to highlight what is going on in the domain of tourism. I will just show you very briefly what kind of experimental statistics we are already publishing out of these data sources. Okay, so this is one example how you can exploit even further administrative sources. In Slovenia, we have a very good register of accommodation establishment with full coverage and with daily data on all registrations of guests in the accommodation facilities. So we have recently launched this portal where we are publishing near real-time data with only 3 days delay on all the guests. And what is very important is that the concept, that the methodology is just the same as in monthly data statistics on accommodation. So it's very understandable to the users who is guest, what is arrival, accommodation establishments, and we are publishing this data down to the municipal level. Of course, we are taking into account the statistical confidentiality. So not all municipalities are there because municipalities in Slovenia are very small, but it's a very good tool. The thing is as well that we are also publishing this daily data in our SISTA database, which means that through machines can read this data and use them in the models for nowcasting or forecasting of the flows. So this is the first example how you can further exploit the administrative source. And now I will move to alternative sources. The first one is that we are already quarterly publishing data from the MNOs. It's on roaming data, and it's true for the Slovenes going abroad and foreigners coming to Slovenia. So it's already published quarterly, and we define the methodology, and these data are very much appreciated among our users. The next example is the data that we receive from Eurostat. We have decided that we will publish data that Eurostat provides to the countries who have signed a non-disclosure agreement from the 4 biggest short-term rentals platforms. In Slovenian case, this is, I would say, an additional layer to what we have because we have a full coverage. So all rooms, apartments are already in our counter and monthly statistics. But this is additional layer. So what is published also online, like on Booking.com, Airbnb, and so on. I don't want to do commercial to those platforms, but just to explain what I'm talking about. And the next thing is as well, we have very good sources also in the domain of traffic. So we have decided also to publish quarterly data from the passenger vehicle traffics, because also these data are an input to the models. So, and they're very much appreciated because Slovenia, we travel mainly on our roads because the public transportation is rather weak. So these data are very appreciated by our users. and to conclude. So we, of course, want to support as best as we can our policies and our users, and we have a lot of work to do. And on the other side, we need to be very careful with the resources that we are using for it, because it only contributes 4% of GDP to the GDP, so we are not very popular. But that means that we need to search what kind of other sources we can use to supplement, especially those surveys which are very costly and consumes a lot of human resources. This is the case of survey on foreign travelers and foreign tourists. And we already have data on payment card transaction data. We will be combining with MNO data. This is work in progress, but I hope by the end of 2004 we will have good outcomes. We are also working on a project how to link smart electricity meters and water meters to the accommodation establishments, so that we will have exact information how much water was consumed in accommodation establishments. We have this data aggregated for the accommodation and food services, but not yet for the accommodation establishments. And same is true for the water meters. We have also built, the university in Slovenia has built the model for measuring tourism carbon footprint, but we would like to add this also in our official statistics. And to be able to do that, we need some more work. We need to find some more good incoming sources that we will be sure what is in there, that we will have all the methodology very clearly defined, that the users will know what they will get when using this kind of data. And our ultimate goal is to have, also looking at the MST, a comprehensive set of indicators to measure sustainability dimension of tourism in Slovenia. My message would be, although if you don't have finances, staff, be brave, go ahead, build on what you have, but stay focused on what you are doing, you know? So it's good to combine also your work with what academia is doing, and then you start with small experimental statistics, build methodology, and have something comparable over time and territory. I hope I was not too long.
Yeah. Beautiful, Apollonia. Thank you very much for that. Be brave, be creative with different data sources. And this leads us then to Mr. Imam Majdi. So your responsibilities at BPS Statistics Indonesia include to serve statistical methodology, data governance, big data, and statistical infrastructures to both Statistics Indonesia and other statistical producers within the national statistical system. And before this, you were in fact Director for National Digital Government Policy at the Ministry of Administrative and Bureaucratic Reform. So a very apt CV indeed, Imam, to tell us about Indonesia's work on introducing mobile positioning data as one of the first countries to do so, in fact, in the area of tourism statistics.
Okay, thank you, Clara, for introducing me. Also, thank you for the question. So as you know that mobile positioning data, or MPD, it is basically trusted and fact-based data source. So it has potential to be used for producing the official statistics. Looking back our experience in 2016, when the first time we tried to, doing the piloting project on the using the MPD. And also we tried to produce the experimental statistic at that time. So eventually, in the 2020, we officially released our tourism statistics based on the MPD. So it was great success for us for the first time. And of course, that there are some issues in this case. So I would like to, mention a bit more on the challenge, and also what strategy that we try to overcome those issues. So we divided two issues in two parts. The first part is what we call the external issues that which really relates with the national governance. So governance is really important. Getting access to MPD was not easy as we thought initially. However, that we cannot work alone. In this case, we need to bring up the importance of tourism as the priority of our national developments. So by having this idea, we should collaborate with other ministries as well by adopting the approach, what we call the whole of government. Under the national statistical systems, we collaborate more with our main stakeholders. The first ones, we collaborate with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, which is basically our main stakeholders in the form of the policy-making purposes. And the second one, the Ministry of Communication and Informatics, which are basically responsible for regulating the telecommunication providers. So because there is some issue on the regulations. And the third one is the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise. One of the telecommunication providers is basically our state-owned enterprise. That is, the business is responsible by the ministry. And the last one, the Ministry of National Development Planning, of course, that is responsible for allocating the budgets. And we need that tourism statistics should be released periodically and sustainability. So this is very important. So that's why the purpose of having these collaborative actions to get, periodic statistical release, and also we try to bring the commitment from the other agencies to get the budget allocations and how the MPD can be accessed by our NSO. So this is very important one. And having the access to MPD is actually, there is some issue also on the privacy, but however that we cannot breach the regulation, and there is a way that somehow technology can help us to avoid the privacy issue. By confidentializing the MPD and also try to store all those MPD inside the secure systems, and by providing the access to NSO, it has helped a lot how we can prevent from the privacy issue. And also the telecommunication provider provides facility to the computing environment for us to compute, to process also the MPD to release the tourism statistics. So another issue, the second part is the more methodology issue. The fact that MPD does not represent all the entire populations of Indonesia, since not all populations is having mobile phone. So in this case, that there is somehow another survey, what we call the survey of the socio-economic, that is able to estimate the proportion of populations using the mobile phones. So by having this one, we can use the weights somehow in the producing the tourism statistics. And of course, that in the methodology, we need also to consider the algorithm and the programming codes. In this case, we have to build by our own, and of course that it has to reflect the tourism concepts, including the origins, destinations, the length of stay, the length of journeys. So by having this one, so we can build such a robust algorithm. But of course, the algorithm should be overseen by the telecommunication provider. In fact, that there is such ongoing discussion previously, how that the algorithm should not reflect the breach of the privacy data. So we have to ensure that algorithm on that way. Of course, that having MPD, we really learn and earn lots about the benefits. The first one about the cost effectiveness. Before using the MPD, we just conducted some traditional survey, and it costed a lot. It's around 3 million USD all over Indonesia, because Indonesia is a very big country, and it was a yearly basis, so that means only once a year we produce the tourism statistics. Once we have the MPD, so the cost is about 2 million US dollar for the whole year, and we can produce the outputs in monthly basis. So that means the efficiency about 1/3, 1 million cost efficiency, and of course the output 12 times higher than the previous one. So it is a good that we have, and also the lag time. Considering the lag time, it was like 6 months to 1 year lag time, but using the MPD, we just only 1 week lag time, because just 1 week time to process all those MPD data. And another benefit that MPD can provide individual data granularity. That means that we can estimate on different levels of the region. So it is a good idea. So it depends on how the purpose we use the MPD. And then we try to use MPD not only for the tourism statistic, for multi-purpose activity, like how we use it for the commuter mobility of the people, and also the migration. And also we already conducted what we call metropolitan statistical area, which is how we can estimate the future of our city based on the MPD and also some economic data. Of course, that in conjunction with the sustainability of tourism, BPS Statistics Indonesia already conducted a pilot study about environmental impacts of tourism in marine areas, specifically. The study estimated the generation of solid waste and waste of water of tourism. By having tourism statistics, by using the MPD, we could understand the relationships between the number of visitors in marine areas with the waste produced to the environment. So this is a very good idea to have the MPD right away. So in conclusion, that having understandings about the issues and the strategy to solve the issue, of course, we have to think about the benefits. So I think that other countries may also consider exploring the use MPD for official statistics. Thank you.
No, thanks to you, Imam. So very enlightening summary of a lot of work that has been ongoing for many, many years. So in fact, the collaborative elements, not only on the technical realm, right, conceptually, and also with respect to the computing capacity, but also in terms of budget allocation and in terms of regulation. So very important points. This leads us then to issues of governance and to Ms. Katrine Lindeskov-Johansen, who is in fact currently leading a project to harmonize how tourism's environmental impact actually gets measured in the Nordic countries and align it with internationally agreed standards on that. So Katrine, you are advancing some really fascinating work. I had the opportunity last week to be there in Sweden with you and the team. You're bringing together different players, integrating different data sources, being very creative with your data sources indeed. Please share with us an overview of this work.
Thank you, Clara, and thank you for the invitation and for having us, or having me on behalf of the project. All right, so these slides are just kind of to set the scene, to set the context, but thank you for the questions. I think all the motivation behind this project has already been talked about on both on the introduction for this panel and also on the previous panel. Surely things have also been taken place before we embarked on this project that has, that we want to harmonize how to go about it. So the MST framework, we have actually indicators in Denmark on a wide range, but here on the whole thing about the environmental impact from tourism, we decided to begin with the climate impact, or the climate footprint, consumption-based. So based on the tourism consumption on the territory. And combining this with, defined statistical frameworks, the TSA, the accounts of economic and environmental accounts, is the SIA. And also, so that's kind of familiar territory, because we knew that, well, we wanted to be harmonized internationally, but also with concepts that we already knew. So I'm just going to briefly talk about how we went about, how should I say it, the way we talk about it. Because in the MST, the guidelines, which is, we like the modular sort of approach, which we have copied into this visualization. So if we first have focus on like the must-haves, what we call them, so the direct effects. My next slide, in due of time, all these boxes will be solid and in color. But this is just to emphasize this first approach. But of course, there are other effects, because as also the UN Tourism MST, SF MST puts emphasis on, is that well, the direct effects, well, we also need to have like a fuller picture. What about the supply chains? Both for, well, analytical, but also political interest, right? I'm sorry for turning my back to you, but anyway, so of course, we take that with us as another module that you can, that we need to harmonize how we do it. And here also and also with the, of course, then production can happen both domestic and it can happen abroad. So there's imported goods and services to provide this tourism that's consumption that's consumed within the TSA, which is nicely described. We were very in agreement with the way, the approach here with combining the TSA and the SIA, as I mentioned before, and also combining it with the IO table, input-output tables. Modeling also. But then, of course, when you talk about tourism, then to get a complete picture, a lot of emissions happen when we travel, right? So international transport, we thought, well, if we would need, or when I say we, it's across the Nordics, but we also in Denmark, because that was a choice that we also thought when we went about doing our pilot, we need to have all 4 modules. Now there's a reason why turquoise boxes are also modular. I will come into that, but what we're trying to depict is kind of the TSA consumption and what kind of types of emissions that we wanted to compile in the project. So I should say, yes, we're talking about harmonizing, but we're also talking about compiling. Mm-hmm. So there's different steps here going on at the same time. And before I don't want to give you impression that this has only been carried out for Denmark and Finland, because Norway and Sweden have also done work in previous years and before this project was started with the harmonization. But within this project, within this framework, with these, this methodology, we have done this for Denmark and for Finland. And as I kind of mentioned before, we went full scope, or tried to, with the direct, indirect, and the imported flows, and also made a suggestion on how to do the international transport. In Finland, we were able to do the direct and indirect flows. So now I come into why the turquoise was also modular, is because, well, what we found within this harmonization process was also, well, some of the, so this figure might seem a little weird because there's no axis. And that is because, the numbers are not disseminated yet. And maybe I can get a chance to elaborate on that later on. But so I can only talk about how we went about it and the process, and also how things are looking, with shares. But I can't tell you the levels. And of course there's a story behind that. But I think this illustrates very nicely that there are different reasons for these modules that are not actually fully comparable yet. And that has to do with how we compile the TSA, how that can be different, and how that sometimes can really impact a lot on the emissions. But we did find these, but it was useful for us. I mean, we did find these key findings that, all right, so how should we go about this? Because again, we have a harmonization aspect, but also we have pilot compilations to make. And so we also discussed about, okay, should we do like a CO2-ready TSA, like a different version, because maybe it's difficult to wait for the TSA to be fully harmonized, you know. And other common challenges that we thought we had on methodology, but also how to, you know, convert guidelines into how do we do this in practice, and data gaps. Okay, sorry. All right, so I will go quickly over this. Sorry, I don't want to, I think I've taken my time slot. What I wanted to tell you about was how we use big data for this part of the project, but we can talk about this in the break. I don't know if I mentioned going in that big data is also used, so this huge project also has another side, which is on improving the regional TSA. Here we use credit card data. Here, for distances, we've used Google Maps. So that was just two major big data sources that I wanted to mention. Okay, just to show you briefly the timeline here, that we actually came out with a report in 2022. So just to give you an idea of also setting the scene for some other topics that I hope to address in the discussion. But just to give you an idea of the timeline here. But we want to compile direct and indirect flows for the rest of the Nordic countries that are ready for linking, meaning that they have a TSA and a CN IO tables. And then embark on, you know, for the rest of the modules in 2005, and then this year find out, okay, what do we need? What does it take to be on par? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Katrien. And it is very difficult indeed to talk about something so complex, right, in only 5 minutes. And I do hope perhaps the organizers will indulge us with a few extra minutes, because in principle we only have 10 minutes left. And I do have follow-up questions for each of you. But we move on to Julio Lopez Astor. Julio, you are not only the head of research and knowledge at the Spanish National Tourism Office, which you have been heading for a few years now, but you have also managed different offices of the NTO abroad, including Chicago, Frankfurt, Miami, and Zurich. So this gives you also very valuable perspective from a more user perspective. And of course, you are also our dear co-chair of the UN Tourism Committee on Statistics, in which you represent Spain. And so I know that you are now immersed in a groundbreaking, if you allow me the word, project on measuring residents' attitudes towards tourism. And this topic is, of course, increasingly recognized. It is very high on the policy agenda, not only from a management perspective, but very much also from a sustainability of tourism perspective. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Clara. I was going to ask you if I had still time to talk. But yeah, it's going to be harder. I tried to do it in 5 minutes. I'm going to try doing 3 minutes. Let's see if I can. Yes, well, already Ms. Manzaneda gave us some slides of what the situation is in some destinations. The pandemic is not so far away, but it seems very far away. But during the pandemic, when I took charge of the position I have now, the obsession was to come back to the levels that we had in 2019, because we were suffering. You know, tourism is a big part of the Spanish economy, and we already have heard the numbers for that. But I was always saying, I wish we want to go back to 2019, because there were some problems in 2019 already. In 2023, we surpassed the level of tourism that we had in 2019. We achieved in 2019 83 million tourists, international tourists in Spain. Spain has 48 million inhabitants. In 2023, it was already 85 million. And this year we're growing by 14%, 14.5% already. So it's not something bad in itself. It's good in the sense that we get more revenues from that, and more people come to discover a wonderful country. But there are some problems that might be associated with that. One of them is the effects that this phenomenon may have on the local population of the destinations. Tourism cannot be sustainable if it's not supported by the local population of the destinations where it takes place. It's not sustainable if the visitors are not satisfied with the trip. So these are two aspects of social sustainability that need to be measured in order to take corrective measures and try to improve the situation. We've been measuring, trying to measure visitors' satisfaction for the last 3 years. Believe it or not, we started with this project more than a year and a half ago, but government sometimes works slowly. So we are now at the time that we can put this project into being. Yeah? The project is to, in the framework of MST. MST does not include yet a list of indicators that can be used. So it's mainly about what to measure, but not yet how to measure, in some, especially regarding social sustainability. So we thought it would be good to develop a pilot project to try to design an indicator that should be simple to understand, to explain, and also to implement. So we didn't start from scratch. There's a lot of work done in this area since the mid 2010. So especially for the last 10 years, we did a systematic review of 64 academic literature articles, and we also we did an internal survey of what destinations in Spain were doing, and we got inspired by the work done by the NIT in Kiel in Germany, work that they did in 2019. And we decided that the best way to approach this issue was with a short survey. It should be short in order for it to be affordable. So the survey is actually, the way that we are planning to do it is with a consumer panel. In that way, we save many of the questions that normally are asked in a survey, because most of the socio-demographic information we already have. And we also wanted to, the other reason for using the online panel was they wanted to do it a longitudinal study with 2 data extraction moments. Tourism is very seasonal in Spain, in many destinations in Spain. So we decided to have one way of the survey at the end of August, which is high season for many destinations, and at the beginning of November, which is low season for many destinations. And for those where August is the low season, then November is the high season, with the Canary Islands or Madrid are examples of that. In order to find out if these attitudes that we are seeing in one moment are sustained 2 months later, just 2 months later. So, as I say, I don't have a lot of time to go into the details. Just to say, where's the link to big data here? There is a link because, well, the sampling method has been a stratified sampling, where the strata is based on 3 groups of municipalities in Spain with 5,000 or more inhabitants. And these are divided by their tourism intensity in terms of population that is living there according to the census, and the number of tourists in a particular moment in time. We took the month of August in 2003, and for that we used an experimental statistic that INE has. That is, it's actually two statistics, one on domestic tourism flows and one international tourism flows based on mobile phones. Without this information, we wouldn't have been able to create this index that allows us to divide all municipalities in Spain into 3 tiers. So we have low intensity, medium intensity, and high intensity. And so we have 13 online interviews in each wave, and they are evenly divided between these three strata. And the question is very simple. It's based on a Likert scale. It's actually a double question, how it affects you personally, tourism, from very negatively to very positively, and how do you think it affects your community where you live. And then we ask for 15 different factors in terms of, are you very in disagreement or very much in agreement with this statement? So tourism creates employment. Tourism creates low wages employment, or tourism crowds my space, or tourism creates opportunities for more leisure. So 15 different factors that can be added over time, but it allows us to see what the relationship is between the attitude and those factors, and we can do that by types of destination. Is it a big city, a small city, a coastal city? By intensity, by big size of the population, etc. I think I exceeded my 3 minutes by far, but it's really hard. I tried. So thank you very much for your patience.
Yes. No, you all are doing such wonderful work, and I realize it's really difficult, the mission I gave you. Now, in principle, we have exceeded our 40 minutes already. I do have follow-up questions for each of you. So if you promise to stick to 1 or 2 minutes each, I will proceed if the audience also indulges us. So Apollonia first, just really concisely, what would you think is the best way to operationalize the use of different data sources structurally in time while still ensuring that alignment internationally?
Today, while listening to these great examples, and also when I was at home and thinking what to say today, is that we have to come together and say how to measure, because now we have the framework. And now, for example, what you are doing in Indonesia, you know, when it comes to mobile positioning data, what we are doing with roaming data, let's come together and what kind of methodologies you have defined, you know, to process the data, what we have done, and try to align our efforts together. Also in Slovenia, we are thinking of like how to measure what the local population thinks about tourism, but we are thinking in another way than that you have done. So in order to have at the end of the day something comparable, either from surveys, either from MNO data, from smart meters, we have to now bring together the knowledge and say how we will be measuring it, that at the end of the day, the flows that we will be measuring on international flows, Slovenes going outside or foreigners coming, will be the same as measured in Spain, or that the footprint from tourism that we will measure in our region will be the same as in your region. That would be my wish, that we find the strength how to proceed, because nowadays we have already access to alternative data or big data sources, and we have ideas how to measure also the soft parts of MST. But now I think it's the time that we come together and say how, and then we proceed. Yep. Otherwise, I think we are losing a little bit the energy and money, and we are everybody exploring something, and at the end of the day, we will not have anything comparable. And the ultimate goal of the MST is to have comparable data at the end that we can compare among each other, and of course, nationally over time. I think this would be my message today.
Yeah, very clear. So structure best practices and move towards a compilation guide in this space. Imam, moving on to you. How exportable do you think Indonesia's success story is to other countries?
Well, I think this is very positive that our experience can be shared to other countries. So, as she mentions, we need, come together. There is a lot of experience, and the methodology also can be shared to other countries. But of course, there is some unique issue within a country. So the one that I explained about the governance, it should be, have some solution by its government, because different country has different government systems. So I think the idea to have the collaboration partnership between ministry is good idea, because we have a limited resources. So by having this kind of integrations of the data, integration of the policy, and then we can come up with a very good solution for the using the big data.
Indeed. So now moving on perhaps more to a more analytical and user perspective, Katrina. Now, you're working in a space that may elicit a lot of emotions, right? Both in the in the policy sphere, but also in the general public. How do you manage to be a first mover in this space that can be, so complicated, not only technically, but very much also in terms of that more political element?
Yes, it's very, thank you. It's very, it is challenging. I mean, and for being a first mover, yes, in some aspects, because now we're done, but it's not disseminated yet. So are we? So yes, there's so many things, and I'd like to also, as a comment to your comments, is that, well, here we have all this goodwill in the Nordics. We all want to do it. And we had have this project, we still have it. But that's why I showed you the timeline. So there seems to be something happening. So all this goodwill into going into harmonizing and compiling and being, dare to be somewhat experimental, because on the international transport, that's pretty open methodology. Wise. So in a sense, yes, we are going out on a limb here, and we would love to have other, colleagues come and comment, and so we can improve together, because we are also in the very same, motivation by, okay, let's, it's these, so international comparable statistics is such an imperative for this, global intervention on climate and tourism. And so, we all know that time is of the essence. So let's get to do it. Let's get on with it, right? But I think something that was also addressed in the first session about resource and NSIs is an issue, but you can talk in the Danish, you'd say, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? And there's also, because of these scarce resources to NSIs, there's also more and more pressure for, well, they have focus more and more on what's mandatory and what's legislated upon. And we have all these measurements, as I just briefly summarized, but this about tourism and the climate footprint is not part of it. So, I mean, it seems paradox that I would ask for more legislation as a practitioner, but still I think it helps us justify that we choose to go ahead with this. So I think there's a various, parallel tracks here. So I'd like to mention that. And then about the actionable results and how it's perceived by the public, I think it is challenging, not only from tourism consumption, but just consumption in general, when the dialogue is passed on to our behavior as consumers. Because, and it arises other political issues also, because that was also addressed previously today. Because, all right, so who is to blame in citation? But who has the resources to change behavior? Of course, over-tourism is not what anyone wants, but to travel and to meet people and to go long distances, who gets not to do it? So And I mean, we all came today for this, but we came for a reason. There, of course, there's something about human contact. So it's very difficult in the perception and also I think going into this and the motivation for finding and compiling the statistics is very broad. We have like politicians on all local government levels and state levels and everything. But now that we have the numbers, what do we do with them?
Yeah. What do we do with them,
Yeah.
Julio? You're more used to operating in this space.
Yeah, well, first we have to get the numbers right. So that's one very important point, because we have already seen the discrepancies among many of the numbers that we're using. So it's very crucial to have data that is comparable, that is a standard, and that we can, even if it's not perfect, we can see the evolution over time, because that policy needs to really take corrective measures. And in this case, sustainability will not be demand-driven and will not be supply-driven. It's going to be regulatory-driven, so government-driven. It's pretty clear. We have already did some surveys, and we're not the only ones that have seen that from the point of view of the demand, it's not yet internalized completely, that they should make sustainable choices when they travel. It's more ingrained in their normal daily life than when they travel. And they are not going to be deterred by overcrowded destinations. We have already seen that. We have even seen that in the Himalayas, in the Mount Everest. So we need to have relevant, reliable, and comparable data in order for policy to take corrective measures. And these measures are essential. I mean, they are not optional. If we don't make tourism sustainable, we are ruining a main source of income at least for our destination. There are some regions in Spain that are not in the Canary Islands or the Balearic Islands cannot survive without tourism. Yeah. So it's really crucial.
So as most of us in this room are in fact visitors and contributing to tourism activities, we are all warned that regulation is coming up. So we're coming to a close now. We've heard many important messages, but perhaps picking up on one, in fact, from Apollonia and the rest of the group, is that you're all working in the implementation space, right? So we have now a new framework that conceptually aligns us, right, in terms of definitions and data organization structures. Now we actually need to make it happen also in practice. And ultimately, the proof of the pudding is in its eating, right? So a round of applause to our wonderful speakers.
Thank you, Clara. Thank you to all panelists. We are 40 minutes late, so I'm going to introduce directly the final high-level panel focused on knowledge commons for global sustainability challenges. This issue will be introduced by Mr. Amandeep Singh, UN Secretary General's envoy on technology, that will join us via video message. It will be followed by a panel moderated by Mr. Ronald Jansen, Assistant Director, UN Statistics Division. Please, could the video enter?
Greetings. Welcome to the high-level panel on knowledge commons for global sustainability challenges. My name is Amandeep Gill. I am the UN Secretary General's envoy on technology. My responsibilities include the implementation of the roadmap on digital cooperation, and this year helping progress on a global digital compact to be adopted at the Summit of the Future in September in New York. Broadly, my office is responsible for multi-stakeholder collaboration with member states, governments, academia, the private sector, civil society, and other stakeholders on digital and other emerging technologies. The proposed Global Digital Compact, the negotiations are currently underway with Sweden and Zambia leading on them, is built on a foundation of principles for digital cooperation. Its objective, its aim, is to work towards an inclusive, open, sustainable, safe, and secure digital future. Within the Global Digital Compact draft, there are 5 key areas of commitments and action, and one of those areas is data. Within the context of data governance, the Global Digital Compact proposes to advance on responsible and equitable international data governance. This could be done through a framework that maximizes data use and benefits, protects data privacy and security, promotes data exchange and standards, as well as the secure and trusted cross-border data flows for the digital economy. There is a crucial emphasis on data for development in the context of the GDC discussions. And I want to highlight another crucial aspect, and that is the potential to leverage the existing work of the UN Statistical Commission and the Commission on Science and Technology for Development to advance international consensus on principles and common standards for data governance, best practices on interoperability, and measures to build capacity in data and promote responsible data use. There's also an important emphasis in the context of the Global Digital Compact negotiations for increased financing for data. Now, this panel is gathered under the theme of knowledge commons. Data commons can play an important role in the context of environmental sustainability by pooling data resources, knowledge and expertise, and infrastructure to help innovators and researchers come up with new solutions for the green transition. For instance, these commons can help develop international data collection systems to meet sustainability goals, and the BAS Center for Climate Change is an example of how such collaborative action can help us move forward on our sustainability goals. In closing, I want to encourage panel members to discuss the various dimensions of data governance as they relate to the critical opportunity of the Global Digital Compact this year, engage in the consultations, the multi-stakeholder consultations around that process, and contribute to the vision of an open, free, secure, and sustainable digital future in which data plays a prominent role, a role that's underpinned by both protection and empowerment of data use. Wishing you a very productive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's listen to the next panel. I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Jansen. Mr. Jansen, are you here? Yes, please. Yes.
You have your papers? Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us until the end of this afternoon. Yeah, we've obviously gone way beyond the time that we had scheduled, but this is a very eminent panel. We're very happy to have with us here some very respected members of our community and of communities related to the work that we do. The information what you've just seen from the video message of the envoy on technology from the UN, Mr. Gill, he places this topic of knowledge commons or data commons in the context of the Global Digital Compact, which is a call to action to work towards an inclusive, open, sustainable, safe, and secure digital future for all. So that is the topic we're going to talk about. I will introduce the speakers when I start posing the question. I'll do it just very shortly to understand for you who we have here with us tonight. We have from the far right, it's Gua. He is he's the principal scientist of Google.org and works with us. We're very fortunate to have him and his team work with us at the UN on the UN Data Commons. We have with us here the director of the Data Science Campus of the Office for National Statistics of the UK, Mr. Osama Rahman. And we've been working with him on the Data Science Leaders Network within the context of the work that we do here with our committee of experts. We also have with us here Haishan Fu. She is Chief Statistician of the World Bank and for the within the international community, very well respected and a person we work with a lot. And then finally, right next to me, Ferdinando Villa, who is a professor here with the Basque Center for Climate Change and works on the artificial intelligence for environmental sustainability. We will hear a little bit about that. It will be a bit of a rush session, and I apologize for that. One good thing is that all 4 of our members will also be in sessions here tomorrow or the day after. So I think there they will have more opportunity, more time to speak. What you saw, and I continue from this video message, is that data commons can play an important role for environmental sustainability by pooling data resources, expertise, and infrastructure, which can help researchers finding solutions for the green transition. And then Mr. Gill encourages our panel members to address the following points, and that's where I will ask some questions about. One is the potential benefits and opportunities of fostering the creation of knowledge commons as a means of enabling collaboration and partnerships around the production, the sharing, and the use of data, of information, and of knowledge to address global sustainable development challenges. Also to address the various dimensions of data governance, the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement, and how we could contribute to the vision of an open, free, secure, and sustainable digital future. So I will start my first question with Ferdinando, right next to me here. And my question for Ferdinando is regarding the building of a knowledge commons. So the Basque Center for Climate Change explicitly likes to build a knowledge commons on the topic of environmental sustainability. So can you explain a little bit what the objectives are of RES for SIA and how it tries to build a knowledge common? How can knowledge commons facilitate the sharing of scientific data and information to inform policy decisions and foster global cooperation?
Sure.
Ferdinando.
Thank you, Ronald. I could take this from any level, from very close to the goals of the conference or from very far away. But I would like to start by saying that the world has become far too complex for the models we use to navigate knowledge today. And the questions that face decision makers and statisticians, anybody who has to take the pulse of the environment and then take the decision based on that, the response requires a new way to look at data and to look at information in general. So we used to have data and data experts and people who are experts of specific disciplines, etc. It is impossible to have experts that are experts of the different kinds of expertises as well, so they are able to join the different knowledge of different experts together. And the problems have become so complex, like climate change, sustainability in general, and so urgent that we need a shift of paradigm in the ways we used to accumulate, serve, and peruse that knowledge. So areas and areas for SIA, in at least what we are trying to build at BC3, are an attempt to make sure that different expertises can work together without having to talk to each other. And by that, we teach machines how to talk the language of the different expertises, so that each individual expert can build its own carefully curated piece of knowledge, and the machine can be in charge of connecting those pieces of knowledge to address higher level questions that at this point have become so complex and so urgent that it's very hard for even a team of experts to address. And also the issue of respecting the local complexity of problems without abstracting them to the point that you basically remove their nature. And the ability of respecting the fact that there are data and knowledge that are missing all the time, and the expertise may not be enough to realize that there are other factors that intervene. So you have the three experts, but you don't have the fourth, and nobody knows that the fourth expert is actually what is needed to solve a particular problem. Now, I took it in very general terms, and I need to be brief. Areas is a semantic infrastructure that allows to tag each data set or each model, each single equation, each small piece of knowledge with its meaning, so that the machine has the means to connect all these different components. And there is for SIA is our offer to the statistical community, and particularly to the SIA community, of these technologies, so that we can build models that respect the complexity of the system, without, by this, creating models that don't talk to each other, and creating indicators that don't comply with the fundamental statistical frameworks that we need to respect in order for things to be comparable.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Ferdinando, on the quite complex matter and trying to explain this in general terms. I know I had few requests of going last, but there only one person who can go last. I would like to go to Guha, as I mentioned, principal scientist working for Google.org and working with us at the UN on a project called UN Data Commons. And the reason I'm going to Guha is because it relates to what Ferdinando just said.
Sure.
Like, how can you build, from a technology perspective, what are the opportunities for data commons to provide enhancing data accessibility and integrations? What kind of examples of successful initiatives do you have at Google.org? And also, what motivates Google to work in this space?
Sure. Just a small piece of correction. I don't work for Google.org, which is a nonprofit. I work for Google Inc., which happens to make a profit.
Okay.
So let's consider the sustainability example. You must have heard in the news that places in India crossed 50 degrees centigrade for a few days or a few hours in the last few weeks. How do you actually predict that? IPCC says 1.2 degrees and 1.8 degrees and so on. IPCC data is, it's open data. You have access to it. It's all very fair. Sure, go ahead. Download the 100,000 plus NetCDF files, which are come from 40 different organizations, have different kind of geometric layouts and so on. Somebody needs to integrate it all and make it all work together. This has happened before. In the late 90s, NASA made its Landsat imagery available to all who wanted it. Very few people could actually use it. What Google Maps did was did all the integration, did the hard work of putting it all together into a single view and presented it to users in a simple way, and that literally changed the way we look at the world around us. Now, in order to deal with the 50 degrees centigrade, you need to help people to adapt to that. It's going to happen a lot of times over and over again in the coming decades. You need data not just about the climate, you need data about health conditions, economic conditions, jobs, demographics, housing. It's beyond the scope of most governments, local governments, or even most national governments to do all of this thing, to put all this data together. And it requires data from the local census bureaus. It requires data from the UN, World Bank, OECD, and so many other people. So about 7 years ago, Google decided to bite the bullet and actually do the work, and we've invested a substantial amount of resources in actually building it. Google has done this kind of organize and information and make it easily accessible for web pages, images, shopping, maps, and we're doing it today for data. Except this data is essential to facing the biggest challenges of this century. Everything from pandemics to climate change to whatever else. And so we decided to make this open. Open meaning the entire software stack is open, which is why we are able to work with you. Open meaning all the data that we have put together is open, and you can add to it, layer it, take whatever you want from it, do all kinds of things. The APIs, everything is open, so when you want to have a different kind of presentation, you can do it. And we're also piping this into not just our own, but all the other open generative models and so on and so forth, so that there is a common way of doing this. That's all we've been doing, and we've had, as I said, partnerships are an incredibly important part of it, and we're so proud to have the UN at last year's UNGA. We launched the UN SDGs. Since then, we've done WHO, ILO, and there's others coming. And there's a whole bunch of other non-entities like Feeding America, One.org, a whole bunch of universities, Stanford, Berkeley, and so on, who are using it. So the whole idea is that, when do we know we've succeeded? We've succeeded when, without talking to us, the data that OECD, you, Haishan, ILO, AFDB can all be put together by some student in Bangladesh, and it just works. That's when we know we've succeeded.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the vision, for the kind of things that we want to work to, and the kind of opportunities that we nowadays have to actually bring those things together. We have the technology. I also think we have the willingness to go that way.
I didn't answer one important question you asked, which is, why is Google doing this?
Yes.
We look in the mirror, and this is what we'd like to be see ourselves as doing. Our core mission statement is organize the world's information, and data is at the core of so much of our world's information. We're also doing it because this promotes an open web, open ecosystems, right? And Google's business model is such that open ecosystems are good for us. When people look to the open web to find answers, to start doing things, it's good for us. This is just in our genes. It's just what we need to be doing in order to be true to ourselves.
Thank you. Thank you, Gua. I turn to Osama. Osama, within the United Kingdom, so within government, I know that Data Science Campus has been asked to do a lot of things to bring communities of data together at the national level. So how do you see the role of the Data Science Campus in relation to data commons or knowledge commons? And how can that be leveraged to support data-driven decision-making in the public sector?
Thank you. First of all, can I apologize for the gunged-upness? I had Mohammed visiting last week, and I had to take him to the countryside, and this is what happens when you take the city boy to the countryside. He ends up being ill. Right, okay, so I might be controversial. I think some people have heard me say that actually national statistical offices really need to become national statistical and data offices. Because because of the importance of data, but also the way citizens and policy makers interact with data has changed massively. And it's changed massively because of the increased availability of data, the increased amounts of data out there, and much better tools for accessing data. So even my 89-year-old father, he's used to having data at his fingertips on his mobile phone. And I can guarantee you he's neither data or tech savvy, but he uses, at a personal level, he does actually use this data to inform personal decisions he has to make. So, as Gura said, I mean, using data, particularly from massively important societal and policy issues, we need to make that data much more easily available and usable. Now, we have lots of data at the ONS, as every national statistical office does, but it's not always straightforward to access. You can access a lot of the published stuff by searching our website, but you know what? Don't use the search on the ONS website. Use Google search to find things on the ONS website is the honest truth. But essentially what you're getting is web versions of our stats publications and some CSVs to download. So it's not particularly user-friendly. We've also got the Secure Research Service, which is there for micro-level data for academics access, and there's some other mechanisms for accessing data across government. So I've talked about, where I think NSOs have to go in the future, becoming NSDOs. So our role in the data science campus is to help make the ONS the ONS of the future. So amongst the things we're doing is we're working to make our published data much more easily available through StatChat using retrieval augmented generation and LLMs. So it's private beta, output's looking good, but if you look at something like datacommons.org, I mean, we've got a long way to go still. Still a huge issue around just sorting out basic metadata, particularly on the administrative data, much better. Actually, that's just for sort of organizing the data. And there's kind of, when I talk to NSOs, people in NSOs, everyone wants to do the really flashy, techie stuff that's upfront. And then when you talk about the really important back-end stuff on sort of sorting out your data, everyone kind of gets a bit, yeah, that's a bit dull, but it's incredibly important. I think, also getting governments to invest more in just sorting out the basic data we have is incredibly important. And we're also beginning to look at how we can make other very large-scale data sets that we have access to, such as we have access to financial transactions data available in aggregative, safe ways. But all this requires culture change. And I think it requires culture change moving away from just being a producer of official statistics publications as they are. And I think it requires a culture change which is moving away from this belief that it's our data. And I find this strange coming into an NSO having been in other government departments. As a civil servant, a public servant, I don't view this as our, as in the NSO's data. I view this as public data that's incredibly important, that we have to make much more easily available in safe, non-disclosive ways. And so that kind of requires capability change, it requires technical change, it just requires a lot of change, but I think we are started on the road, and not just us, it's clear that other NSOs are also going in this journey, and I'm hopeful about the future that we will, we will be thinking very differently about how we should make data available and accessible to all.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the positive outlook of where we're going, and that we have a journey ahead of us there. Haishan, I will go to you, and you will get the last word. Data for development is key to the work that you are doing at the World Bank. The World Bank report 2021 was about data for better lives, which actually emphasizes that the World Bank sees data also as a main driver for development. So what are the key issues you see for when you think about data for development, and how can that also help in this context of building data or knowledge commons? Please.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for letting me get my cheat sheet. It's not very coherent, I realized. But I do want to share with you why I'm so optimistic about this knowledge commons idea, and also the major challenges I think we'll have to work together to overcome in order to get there. I'm glad we're here talking about big data and official statistics in one breath. Because just as we speak, the UN has a whole expert group working on updating the system of national count. So in less than 10 months or less than 8 months, I think the UN Search Commission, all the countries will come together to review and possibly endorse this new updated system of national count. And in that, data has been, for the first time, being recognized as a productive asset. So I think in terms of economic accounting, the time of data has arrived because data is really powering economic development and sustainable development. And big data is a major part of this productive assets. At the same time, this is big data in the WDR you mentioned is being referred to as the private intent data, since they're predominantly generated through the digital platform of private businesses. But at the same time, the report clearly stressed how fundamental public intent data are. That is predominantly data produced by government agencies in the form of official statistics, be it from census, be it administrative system, be it surveys, or so on and so forth. I think there's huge potential, as you mentioned, given the complexities of our world and the issues we really have to deal with. It's so important to maximize the value of both type of data. And the truth is, it's really when they're being integrated, we find the most new insight, actable intelligence, both in terms of targeting localized actions and solutions, but also in terms of understanding the broad mega trends globally and really come to terms with our common actions that needed for the sustainable development. So this is also why in the WDR, we put forward this vision of integrated national data systems. We want to see both types of data being maximized in terms of their value through use and reuse and repurpose. At the same time, we need to have credible, dependable governance systems, so ensure the trust of how those data are being used. At the same time, we want the benefit of those data to be equally shared around the world. So this is why I think the knowledge commons, in my mind, is a practical, a strategic and pragmatic means for us to move towards this integrated data system. That is, data produced by private, public sectors, by civil society, academia, or whatever, could be flown into a common place and to be integrated to give us this new insight we desperately need to achieve the sustainable development. That's why I'm really very optimistic about this idea. But here comes the challenge. We are talking about this right in the middle of a fast-evolving AI age. You know, you should all agree. Ever since the ChatGPT came about, you know, it's captured all our imaginations. We see that it has becoming a consumer technology that everybody can access and make use of. And it offers huge promises, but of course there are also risks we have to manage. But the issue is that in such an AI age, we're still facing persistent data divide around the world. There's still so many countries on the wrong side of this data divide. And also, increasingly risk being on the losing side of this AI divide. Because there's still so many countries, low income or even middle income countries, could not really produce timely, reliably, the fundamental so-called public intent data we desperately need. At the same time, there's also data that are being produced are now being used because they're hard to deliver, to be discovered, hard to access, and also for political or technical reasons, they're now being made available. So this is the challenge we're facing, that how we overcome. At the same time, even for the data that are openly available, they might not be of the quality or have the metadata, metadata, as one of our keynote speakers stressed, to ensure our AI applications will be able to understand the data and make fair use of them. So those are the challenges we're facing, working towards this knowledge or data commons. What I'm seeing is that we really want to get this data commons as you have pioneered, or the broader knowledge commons, by not only have a really trustworthy, dependable technological platform, but also useful and trustworthy content. At the same time, to have the clear governance and transparent processes and rules, and at the same time, that could really give the users the fair warning if the content might not be compatible with each other and should be used with real caution. So this is where I think there's a huge possibility for public-private partnership, because we all know the big tech has the resources and the brains and the talent to help develop such a platform. At the same time, the data producers, be it public and private, need to really be supported to agree upon what is our common standard, what be the real justifiable format, and what are the metadata that should be associated and be must provided to allow such data integration through such data commons and knowledge commons. So that's why at the World Bank, we see such the following as our priorities. One, we need to scale up how we support our client countries, be it low income or middle income, to invest in the national data system towards this integrated version of it, and at the same time to support them to invest not only in the institutional regulatory side of things, but also the human capacity. And we also want to continue to expand the partnership with private companies to learn how to access and make use of their data and repurpose their data that generated through their business processes, so that we can allow this real potential of integrated public and private sector data to really yield intelligence and insight to allow us to manage the world's affairs and to improve livelihood and well-being. This is also why we have worked with many international organizations, be it IMF or regional development banks, and established this development data partnership with almost 30-some private companies. But it's only a start. We want to learn through this process and to know what is the best way forward to repurpose and use those data from private sector, so that we can also bring those lessons to countries, so that to support them to move towards this integrated national data system. So whatever the knowledge commons we're talking about and we pin so much hope on will become a reality. So that's what I think we're aiming for.
Thank you very much, Haishan. I think you worded it very well around the issues of this topic. I think what you could hear from this panel is that this is a very important topic. It will come also to the General Assembly at the UN in September. They will talk about this Global Digital Compact, where data is just a really important part of the discussion. AI is very much part of the discussion. Generating knowledge is part of that. The other part I wanted to take away from this panel is that, first of all, there's optimism from all four of us, four panelists, and also to indicate that we have four different communities here. We got the private sector, we got the statistical community, the international agencies, and the research community. And those are exactly those communities that we like to bring together and work together. So if there is optimism and there's willingness to partner, I think there is a bright future ahead of us. And I would like to thank you for your contribution. As I mentioned from the start, we will continue the discussion even this week with our panelists in other sessions, and I hope to see you there also. So thank you very much to our panelists.
Thank you, Mr. Jansson. Thank you, all the panelists. Well, it's the end of the day, but 5 minutes. I think we have three very interesting panels. Panels about important discussions in order to make the framework of the workshops that will be held tomorrow here at 9 o'clock in the second day of this Big Data conference. To close the program for today, I would like to give the floor for the closing remarks to Mr. Mohammed Hassan, Executive Director, Federal Competitiveness and Statistics Center, United Arab Emirates. Please. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Hassan. You have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the first day of the 8th International Conference on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics is coming to a close. We've heard many excellent interventions from representatives of all parts of society, from private sector, from civil society, from research institutes, and from government, and from the community of official statistics. When we are facing a complex and very relevant issues, such as climate change, biodiversity loss, or sustainability of tourism, we need really to work together with all different stakeholders to find solutions. The solution that needs of our societies. Relevant data are needed to develop and monitor policies if we want to protect the societies from the threats of flooding, heat, or air pollutions. We need to know which part of your countries we most vulnerable, during which part of the year, and which person will be most vulnerable. We should bring data, information, and knowledgeable together in data or knowledgeable commons, which can be used by our research institutes. The statistical community has an important role in governance of these data, assuring both high quality and protection of privacy. It was evidenced today we are, as a statistical community, should stay in touch with other communities in our societies to better understand which data are needed, what are the challenges are to integrate data into insight, and how our partnership can be most effective and successful. Dear colleagues, I would like you to join me in thanking all of our excellent speakers, panelists, and moderators. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on these very relevant issues. I would like also to thank the organizer for making this event happen, and I'd like also to thank the interpreters for translating these conversations, which are often very technical. Finally, I would like everyone to join us again tomorrow to continue our discussion, as tomorrow morning we will be conducting the session in 3 parallel rooms, namely Sala 3A, Sala 5H Tiraza, and Sala 5A. I'm sure that you will find a topic which is really of your interest. I wish everyone a very enjoyable evening in beautiful Bilbao, and hope to see you back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. here in the conference center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. A couple of minutes before the cocktail, because we have a surprise. But before that, I would like to welcome one more time to other people from over the world here in order to make an effort to find new models, new challenges, new ways in order to make the big data into the big challenges as a common future now. As Mr. Hassan said, we have 3 more days in order to find solutions, or in order to find new ways for study, for understanding, and to change all these common challenges in the world. Today we have listened the opening ceremony, 3 high-level panels, and I think we have listened 3 or 4 keywords to help us to better understand the big challenges. For me, these keywords are SDG, Agenda 2030, sustainability, collaboration, coordinations, and least but not least, change. A lot of change in order to goal our objective. Now it's time to continue sharing our discussion, our reflection with this cocktail. But I was saying, we have a surprise. A little surprise, a big surprise. Kunai. It's a pleasure for me to introduce to Kunai, a company founded by John Maya, developed its work based on traditional back dance, proposing a very special encounter with other dance styles and ways of understanding art. Art, I think, is very important. We have remembered, art will be a part of sustainability. Thank you so much.
you.